Whoa. All right, welcome back to the party, everybody. I am your host, Lunch. Nobody care about that. We got Morty in the building, home from the ER. Welcome to the party. In case you do care, I am Lunch, aka the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Oh my goodness. Everybody, hit that like and subscribe if you care about this dog, because oh man, but we still gonna party. Welcome. Big shout out to the replay gang. Thank you so much for coming back to watch this, even though you missed the live party. Guys, that is the best part. So make sure you are here every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern, except when he's in the ER and whenever I feel like it. So hit that subscribe, ring the bell, and you will never miss an Indian Jesus live party ever again. If you'd like to support the channel, head on over to TheIndianJesus.com for your very own official merch. Guys, we do also have a Discord server that is absolutely free to join 24/7. We are in there hanging out, having interesting conversations. A great place to meet people and get in contact with me. Like I jumped down already. Look at that. Back in action. But yeah, it is absolutely free to join the Discord, guys. However, if you are a member of this YouTube channel, you can scroll right below the video, hit that join button. There's a few different tiers here, but it starts at just $2.99 a month. It's your members only live streams here on YouTube, all that other good stuff. And it opens up the full Discord server, which includes the after party, which usually we only do on a Monday, Wednesday, Friday. But since it's a special day, I think we're going to want to party after this. And as soon as we're done, we head over there. We go into the voice channel. Don't have to worry about any YouTube censors or anything like that. And you are not stuck behind your keyboard. You are actually on screen with me and everybody else. It is a good time. Guys, let's party. Shout out to King Nirvana. And we got Am in the building. Thank you so much, guys. King says not much, but sending good vibes to you and Morty. Good vibes have been taken. Thank you. Yeah, so we'll get into all of that stuff. If you know, you know. Let's get into the show. As always, guys, if you cannot hear the video, please do let me know.
Thank you for joining us for tonight's CBS News vice presidential debate. We want to welcome.
Hey, we got Guam Tech. Welcome to the party. Thank you so very much for the share. Yeah, guys, that is one of the biggest metrics that YouTube looks at. If they see that people are sharing the video, even if nobody clicks on the link that you shared, YouTube knows, oh, okay, we should show this to more people. And said, hey, this is a dumb question, but do you guys use emojis based on what they technically are or what they look like? I think I'm using them wrong. Well, as long as people understand them, then that's what they are. Remember, we talk about things are good at being words or bad at being words. The idea behind communication and language is to take the thoughts that are in your head and put them into somebody else's head. So if you meant to give me the message like, I don't know, well, then you're using it right. That's what it's for. But all right, let's do this, guys. I'm super excited. They have a new dark mode with StreamYard. Usually StreamYard is super white all in my face. I got my lights on, but this is a lot clearer. Sorry, I am excited. Let's do it, guys.
Welcome our viewers on CBS, on other networks here in the U.S. and around the world.
Cheers.
We have a consequential night ahead, and our focus is the issues that matter to you, the voter. Let's introduce the candidates. Minnesota's Democratic Governor Tim Walz.
All right, yeah, so we know who they. Hey, shout out to Zippy. Welcome. And if you have not, figured it out already, guys, I do like to talk a lot, and we are going through the play-by-play. I'm sure you've seen the debate itself already. But if you have not, then the link is in the description. What you mean? That's what I always use. So yeah, the framing, the way that I want to go into this is you either have already seen this, you don't care at all, or you have seen clips. So the idea here in going play by play is, again, we already know what happened. We already know how people are receiving things. And we want to, again, take a play by play and see, are people's attitudes justified? Or they really just kind of go with, my guy won because my guy won. I've been using the cringe one. I didn't know it was cringe. Which is the cringe one? So it's a very millennial thing to try to even use it the right way. If it looks like if it fits, context clues, babies, context clues. I'm all about. There's I'm sorry guys, there's a whole, not a whole TikTok channel, but this is dude. He does a whole series about interesting ways to use emojis. So it's like if your friends ask you to do this, but you have to actually run home to walk your dog, you should use this combination. So it's whatever works, whatever works. We saw say the same thing in dog training. There's no right or wrong way there. Well, there definitely are wrong ways. Hi, bud. Hi, bud. There he is. There he is. 15 years old and going strong. I knew he wasn't going without a fight, but I was a little bit worried there. All right. All right. Let's dive in. Oh, yeah. Sorry. I'm all over the place, guys. It's been a minute. It's been a minute over here. So yeah, we saw all that already. So that's really what I'm looking to do, is to try to see that which we've already seen, but really focus on why people are reacting to certain things in certain ways. Shout out to Carl. Welcome. Did you see Kim Iverson destroying Destiny on modern day debates? Fantastic. How could you be right on everything except the trans child? Too early to say that, but yeah, I mean, I have not seen that, so I will definitely look at it, and we're gonna see what we get. Let's say, all right, let's do it.
Ohio's Republican Senate 8, and let's get started. Tonight, our country is facing several unfolding crises. The Middle East is on the brink of war. Americans are suffering from the catastrophic impact of Hurricane Helene. And
again, I sped this up because if you cared enough, you already saw it. If it's too fast, I can slow it down a little bit, but I feel like we're there.
And now a labor strike as 25,000 dock workers from Maine to Texas are picketing. We're going to begin tonight with the Middle East. Margaret. Thank you, Nora.
They're wrong. You're right.
Earlier today, Iran launched its largest attack yet on Israel, but that attack failed thanks to joint U.S. and Israeli defensive action. President Biden has deployed more than 40,000 U.S. military personnel and assets to that region over the past year to try to prevent a regional war. Iran is weakened, but the U.S. still considers it the largest state sponsor of terrorism in the world, and it has drastically reduced the time it would take to develop a nuclear weapon. It is down now to 1 or 2 weeks' time.
2.0. 2.5 is a little too much. 1.5 a little too slow. 1.2, perfect.
Nuclear weapon. It is down now to 1 or 2 weeks' time. Governor Walz, if you were the final voice in the Situation Room, would you support or oppose a preemptive strike by Israel on Iran? You have 2 minutes.
Well, thank you. And thank you for those joining at home tonight. Let's keep in mind where this started. October 7th, Hamas terrorists massacred over 1,400 Israelis and took prisoners. Israel's ability.
Ooh, already, bro, you got one sentence out. They traded out one dude who can't speak English for a dude, and his moment comes, and you flubbed in the. Okay, it was probably the second, but oh man. See, like when people are like, I usually use this to be like starry-eyed, like, oh wow. But if you use it differently and it makes sense, then it's right.
Israelis and took prisoners. Israel's ability to be able to defend itself is absolutely fundamental. Getting its hostages back, fundamental, and ending the humanitarian crisis in Gaza. But the expansion of Israel and its proxies is an absolute fundamental necessity for the United States to have the steady leadership there. You saw it experienced today, where along with our Israeli partners and our coalition, able to stop the incoming attack. But what's fundamental here is that steady leadership is going to matter. It's clear, and the world saw it on that debate stage a few weeks ago, a nearly 80-year-old Donald Trump talking about crowd sizes is not what we need in this moment. But it's not just...
I'm sorry, who was it that brought up crowd sizes in that debate? Oh, right. Kamala. Gotcha. Okay, cool. As long as we're, fact checking.
Talking about crowd sizes is not what we need in this moment. But it's not just that. It's those that were closest to Donald Trump.
Shout out to Brandon Murphy. Welcome. Said Walz has taken Harris down with him, and he failed to realize this. I absolutely agree. I think that, and we'll get into this more as we go. But as far as Kamala's perspective, I don't think this could have gone any worse. I mean, let's not say that, because the reason I titled this "America Won the JD Vance Tim Walz debate" is because I think this is a return to normalcy, quote unquote. The pre-Trump normalcy of politics, without ignoring and the the changes that have occurred. Like, we're not going pre-Trump. There was American politics pre-Trump and there's American politics post-Trump. But like, Trump politics can get very wild. And so seeing this, America wins because it is a return to normalcy, where not everybody has to be all up in politics as their religion. So I'm about it. I'm about it. Brandon, you are right. Welcome to the party. We said, eat the glue, comrade. You will like the glue or become the glue. I'm thinking if the Democrats are so right about everything, why are they acting so nervous on every debate and interview? Yeah, already he seems a little like shifty. I'm not trying to be a bitch, but his face bothers me.
In this moment,
maybe you should grow a beard. I mean, we all know JD Vance is a baby face. We all know that beards are the makeup for men. Grow a beard, bro. Grow a beard.
But it's not just that. It's those that were closest to Donald Trump that understand how dangerous he is when the world is this dangerous. His chief of staff, John Kelly, said that he was the most flawed human being he'd ever met. And both of his secretaries of defense and his national security advisors said he should be nowhere near the White House.
Wait a minute. Wait, whoa. No. Wait a minute. Is he talking about people who have bad things to say about Donald Trump? Oh my goodness. I better tune in. Over the last years, over the last 8 years, I've never heard that people don't like Donald Trump. Oh, wow. This is amazing. Shout out to Mood. Welcome to the party. Good to see you. Glad to have a lefty here.
And his national security advisors said he should be nowhere near the White House. Now, the person closest to them, to Donald Trump, said he's
closest to the Donald Trump. I mean, this is not Joe Biden bad, but this is weird.
Person closest to them, to the Donald Trump, said he's unfit for the highest office.
I'm willing to just chalk it up to nervousness, because again, when I was listening to this, I listened in the car, and then I listened to other clips. This is my first real looking at it, and I'm willing so far to chalk it up to the fact that he's nervous, but it's not looking good. And we are 2 minutes in.
To the Donald Trump said he's unfit for the highest office. That was Senator Vance.
Well, you want to read that sentence and tell me there's nothing weird about it?
His secretaries of defense was the most flawed human being he'd ever met. And both of his secretaries of defense and his national security advisors said he should be nowhere near the White House. Now, the person closest to them, to the Donald Trump, said he's unfit for the highest office.
That doesn't seem... I am willing to say I think he's just nervous. That's what's called being fair and objective. Or at least objective. I'm trying to be. Maybe he's just... But that is a weird sentence. I'm sorry, sir.
That was Senator Vance. What we've seen out of Vice President Harris is we've seen steady leadership. We've seen a calmness that is able to...
Okay, point out what's not normal about him.
Draw on the coalitions to bring them together. Understanding that our allies matter. When our allies...
To be fair, I did bring it up, but he's acting weird.
Together. Understanding that our allies matter. When our allies see Donald Trump turn towards Vladimir Putin, turn towards...
Early comment of the night. I mean, I agree. According to what you guys think is normal and weird, I agree. Shout out to Zippy.
Understanding that our allies matter. When our allies see Donald Trump turn towards Vladimir Putin, turn towards North Korea, when we start to see that type of fickleness around holding the coalitions together, we will stay committed. And as the vice president said today...
You mean fake beard, bro? You're so mad. What do you mean fake beard?
We will protect our forces and our allied forces, and there will be consequences.
Governor, your time is up. Senator Vance.
Well, I mean, that was an expression change. So first he's bored.
And there will be consequences.
And then he turns, well, what a loser answer. This is going to go well for me.
We will protect our forces and our allied forces, and there will be consequences.
Governor, your time is up. Senator Vance, the same question. Would you support or oppose a preemptive strike by Israel on Iran? You have 2 minutes.
So, Margaret, I want to answer the question. First of all, thanks, Governor. Thanks to CBS for hosting the debate. And thanks, most importantly, to the American people who are watching this evening and caring enough.
Yeah, so dyeing your beard. I've never heard of that before. I'm struggling to find the words to even like put into context that if you think that this is something to say, he dyed his beard, and that's a thing. I don't know where to go with that, but okay.
CBS for hosting the debate. And thanks, most importantly, to the American people who are watching this evening and caring enough about this country to pay attention to this vice presidential debate. I want to answer the question, but I want to actually give an introduction to myself a little bit because I recognize a lot of Americans don't know who either one of us are. I was raised in a working class family. My mother required food assistance for periods of her life. My grandmother.
Oh, I thought he was taking a dig at Kamala. Oh man. That's how much of a meme she is. When people are just normally talking, I'm like, are you making fun of her? Oh, that is hilarious. Also, because I said weird earlier, the brainworms have dug in. No, that's not the case at all. When you're specifically trying to call somebody weird as an ad hominem that they're not doing anything abnormal, that's the brainworms. If something is weird, then something's weird. Those are two different things. And again, like, what's wrong with dyeing beards? Aren't lefties supposed to be accepting of looks? Do we not see every single person who gets into the public eye, get hair plugs and fix their teeth? The two things that you chubby cheeks. So now you're fat shaming. What exactly is I'm not trying to like. He got some pretty eyes, bro. He's got some pretty eyes. I think you're mad. I think you wish that you could. I wish you. I think you wish that you could take him to bed.
I was raised in a working class
Take him to
family. My mother required
bed.
food assistance for periods of her life. My grandmother required Social Security help to raise me. And she raised me in part because my own mother struggled with addiction for a big chunk of my early life. I went to college on the GI Bill after I enlisted in the Marine Corps and served in Iraq. And so I stand here asking to be your vice president with extraordinary gratitude for this country, for the American dream that made it possible for me to live.
It's like, if you know anything, that's why I'm not even going there. Like, that's a natural beard, bro.
My dreams. And most importantly,
Oh, yeah.
I know that
My bad. I'm a little off my game, but projection. He's slightly overweight, and his beard isn't exactly the same color, and his yeah. What? Okay, dude. And I mean, it's I bet it does. I mean, your beard probably puts mine to shame. I've been pulling it out and worried about my dog, but even before that, this is pretty much as long as it gets. But like, I'm still trying to understand what it is that you think is bad.
a lot of you are worried possible for me to live my dreams. And most importantly, I know that a lot of you are worried about the chaos in the world and the feeling that the American dream is unattainable. I want to try to convince you tonight over the next 90 minutes that if we get better leadership in the White House, if we get Donald Trump back in the White House, the American dream is going to be attainable once again. Now, to answer this,
I can't put that up, but you are on fire. Let's be nice, though. Let's not go. That's crossing the line. So it's funny as shit, but that's crossing the line. Guys, if you do me a huge favor and hit the like button, if you can do me a huge favor and hit that like button, it would be so very helpful. Thank you. Carl said, it's not about JD Vance. I grew up when metrosexuals were coming in. I never liked it. Crab people. I don't think like being an attractive male makes you metrosexual. This is real projection. Like, he's not wearing metrosexual means that you're doing a thing it's a fashion thing. It's not just, oh, you look that way. Like, Jesus Christ. This is sad.
Donald Trump back in the White House, the American dream is going to be attainable once again.
Here's the other thing. There's definitely, regardless of which side you're on, there are definitely substantive things to say about what they're saying. And so far, we've gotten weird. Okay, dude.
In the White House, if we get Donald Trump back in the White House, the American dream is going to be attainable once again. Now, to answer this particular question, we have to remember that as much as Governor Walz just accused Donald Trump of being an agent of chaos, Donald Trump actually delivered stability in the world, and he did it by establishing.
You guys know every single person ever on TV wears like a stage makeup, right? That's not a Like, that's just a thing. I don't know if you know this. But make out. Yeah, that's what they do.
Of chaos, Donald Trump actually delivered stability in the world, and he did it by establishing effective deterrence.
Reach. So I guess I'm metrosexual then, because I have good hygiene, and yeah, I will wear jeans and even a button-up shirt. So I guess I must be metrosexual. Okay, then again, we come back to what's wrong. If this is your definition of metrosexual, what's wrong with being metrosexual?
Trump actually delivered stability in the world, and he did it by establishing effective deterrence. People were afraid of stepping out of line. Iran, which launched this attack, has received over $100 billion in unfrozen assets thanks to the Kamala Harris administration. What do they use that money for? They use it to buy weapons that they're now launching against our allies, and God forbid, potentially launching against the United States as well. Donald Trump recognized that for people to fear the United States, you needed peace through strength. They needed to recognize that if they got out of line, the United States global leadership would put stability and peace back in the world. Now,
as long as it's connected to the livelihood of Americans. I don't want to be playing world police. No, thank you.
You asked about a preemptive strike, Margaret, and I want to answer the question. Look, it is up to Israel what they think they need to do to keep their country safe.
Why would you do that to me? Why would you do that to me? He's got these bright blue eyes. I got these fucking dead black Indian. Come on, man. All right. Tell me you don't like my eyes. But why would you do that?
And look, it is up to Israel what they think they need to do to keep their country safe, and we should support our allies wherever they are when they're fighting the bad guys. I think that's the right approach to take with the Israel question.
Thank you, Senator. Governor Walz, do you care to respond to any of the allegations?
Well, look, Donald Trump was in office. We'll sometimes hear a revisionist history, but when Donald Trump was in office, it was Donald Trump who we had a coalition of nations that had boxed Iran's nuclear program in, the inability to advance it. Donald Trump pulled that program and put nothing else in its place. So Iran is closer to a nuclear weapon than they were before because of Donald Trump's fickle leadership. And when Iran shot
Donald Trump, isn't your running mate in the White House right now? So I'll be honest with you guys, because I listened to stuff sped up when I was listening to this in the car. Obviously we weren't pausing and stuff. So it's like, I mean, we're maybe we're like 3 minutes from the opening statements. And I thought he was like, damn, already going really hard on Trump about the past. And it's not as bad, but it's still just like Trump did this and Trump did this. And Trump, like your running mate is in office. Shout out to Funk Master General. Welcome to the party. Let's attend to the overlord first. Oh, God damn it. There we go. Morty. Oh, I'm not going to make him jump for it. He's still tired coming off his meds. All right. There we go. Thank you so very, very much. And of course, that makes you the new sponsor of the stream. Very, very, very much appreciated, sir. No. All right, let's dive back. And thank you so much, sir.
To a nuclear weapon than they were before because of Donald Trump's fickle leadership. And when Iran shot down an American aircraft in international airspace, Donald Trump tweeted, because that's the standard diplomacy of Donald Trump. And when Iranian missiles did fall near U.S. troops and they received traumatic brain injuries, Donald Trump wrote it off as headaches. Look, our allies understand that Donald Trump is fickle. He will.
Hey, shout out to TV viewer Steve said, "All hail Morty." Oh, he's hiding. I don't want to move him around that much, but thank you. Welcome to the party. We also got Craig in the building. Welcome. He is doing much better. Thank you so very, very much. Welcome to the party.
Look, our allies understand that Donald Trump is fickle. He will go to whoever has the most
fickle. The man just got shot in the face and stood up and said, "Fight!" Fickle. Okay. Semantic obfuscation. There's a lot of negative things you can say about Donald Trump, but fickle is not one of them.
Understand that Donald Trump is fickle. He will go to whoever has the most flattery or where it makes sense to him. Steady leadership like you witnessed today, like you witnessed in April. Both Iranian attacks were repelled. Our coalition is strong, and we need the steady leadership that Kamala Harris is providing.
Yeah, like she's doing in North Carolina, right? $750 per person. I mean, per person. Hey, $750 when you've lost your entire home, your entire town. $750. That's good money right there.
Our coalition is strong, and we need the steady leadership that Kamala Harris is providing.
Senator Vance, the U.S. did have a diplomatic deal with Iran to temporarily pause parts of its nuclear program, and President Trump did exit that deal. He recently said, just 5 days ago, the U.S. must now make a diplomatic deal with Iran because the consequences are impossible. Did he make a mistake? You have 1 minute.
No, it's almost like the geopolitical landscape has changed since he had all of that, under control. It's almost like that's changed. It's almost like somebody else was in charge for 4 years.
Well, first of all, Margaret, diplomacy is not a dirty word, but I think that's something that Governor Walz just said is quite extraordinary. You yourself just said Iran is as close to a nuclear weapon today as they have ever been. And Governor Walz, you blame Donald Trump, who has been the vice president for the last 3.5 years. And the answer is
He really doesn't get it. What do you mean, what? What do you mean, what? Things are bad. He is running with the lady who's in the office right now, trying to blame the dude from 4 years ago. That's my point. It's not like obviously you're going to talk about Trump because he's running. But when you're looking back and you're just skipping over the fact that I and my running mate, well, no, I might run, but my running mate has been literally right next to Joe Biden. And yeah, we all know that Joe Biden is not is rather fickle and is not making many decisions. And you just okay, fine. Yeah, that's okay. And then what? And then what? Exactly, Mood. That is the point. That was 4 years ago. He's not in office anymore. Why didn't they fix it?
Walz, you blame Donald Trump, who has been the vice president for the last 3.5 years. And the answer is your running mate, not mine. Donald Trump consistently made the world more secure. Now, we talk about what the sequence of events that led us to where we are right now, and you can't ignore October the 7th, which I appreciate Governor Walz bringing up. But when did Iran and Hamas and their proxies attack Israel? It was during the administration of Kamala Harris. So Governor Walz can criticize Donald Trump's tweets, but effective, smart diplomacy and peace through strength is how you bring stability back to a very broken world. Donald Trump has already done it once before. Ask yourself at home, when was the last time, I'm 40 years old, when was the last time that an American president didn't have a major conflict break out? The only answer is during the 4 years that Donald Trump was president.
Gentlemen, we have a lot to get to. Nora?
Margaret, thank you.
They love that line. We have a lot to get to.
Let's turn now to Hurricane
This is what we have to get to.
Helene.
This is what
the
I want to hear.
storm could become one of the deadliest on record. More than 160 people are dead and hundreds more are missing. Scientists say climate change makes these hurricanes larger, stronger, and more deadly because of the historic rainfall. Senator Vance, according to CBS News.
What makes you? I mean, this I just would have assumed on looking, but obviously I don't know who, where, or who to talk to about this. What specifically makes you say this? Because I mean, again, like that's such a scary thought. Such a scary thought.
Because of the historic rainfall. Senator Vance, according to CBS News polling, 7 in 10 Americans and more than 60% of Republicans under the age of 45 favor the U.S. taking steps to try and reduce climate change. Senator, what responsibility would the Trump administration have to try and reduce the impact of climate change? I'll give you 2 minutes.
Sure. So first of all, let's start with the hurricane because it's an unbelievable, unspeakable human tragedy. I just saw today actually a photograph of 2 grandparents on a roof with a 6-year-old child, and it was the last photograph ever taken of them because the roof collapsed and those innocent people lost their lives. And I'm sure Governor Walz joins me in saying our hearts go out to those innocent people, our prayers go out to them, and we want as robust and aggressive as a federal response as we can get to save as many lives as possible. And then, of course, afterwards,
If only one of these guys was running with somebody who worked in the White House
to help the people in those communities rebuild. I mean, these are communities that I love. Some of them I know very personally in Appalachia, all across the South.
Guys, don't forget, Morty has had a cough couple of days, as have I. But he gets a dog treat for every single donation, no matter the amount. Do with that what you will.
built. I mean, these are communities that I love. Some of them I know very personally, in Appalachia, all across the Southeast. They need their government to do their job. And I commit that when Donald Trump is president again, the government will put the citizens of this country first when they suffer from a disaster.
All right, so the challenge has been thrown. The comment is starred. I challenge anyone to point out one single hard question they throw at Walz. Unfortunately, I'm going to be the one to point that out to you if somebody else doesn't, but fair enough.
And Nora, you asked about climate change. I think this is a very important issue. Look, a lot of people are justifiably worried about all these crazy weather patterns. I think it's important for us, first of all, to say Donald Trump and I support clean air, clean water. We want the environment to be cleaner and safer. But one of the things that I've noticed some of our Democratic friends talking a lot about is a concern about carbon emissions, this idea that carbon emissions drives all of the climate change. Well, let's just say that's true, just for the sake of argument, so we're not arguing about weird science. Let's just say that's true. Well, if you believe that, what would you want to do? The answer is that you'd want to reshore as much American manufacturing as possible, and you'd want to produce as much energy as possible in the United States of America because we're the cleanest economy in the entire world. What have Kamala Harris's policies actually led to? More energy production in China, more manufacturing overseas, more doing business in some of the dirtiest parts of the entire world. And when I say that, I mean the amount of carbon emissions they're doing per unit of economic output.
So you say that you care about cleaning up the country, but do you know? Because, I mean, talk is cheap, baby.
So if we actually care about getting cleaner air and cleaner water, the best thing to do is to double down and invest in American workers and the American people. And unfortunately, Kamala Harris has done exactly the opposite.
Governor Walz, you have 2 minutes to respond.
Well, we got close to an agreement because all those things are happening. Look, first of all, it is a horrific tragedy with this.
If I was I would have been a lot more specific with that statement. I would have been a lot more specific about that statement if I'm Walz, because him saying, yeah, if you want these policies, then you must not. I mean, obviously I added that in, but that's the sentiment there that, well, if we really cared, we would go and address the issue. And he's like, well, I agree with you there, but undercutting your own answer. And so I think he means, that it was a tragedy and all that stuff. But he's just like, yeah, I agree.
Governor Walz, you have 2 minutes to respond.
Well, we got close to an agreement because all those things are happening. Look, first of all, it is a horrific tragedy with this hurricane. And my heart goes out to the folks that are down there in contact with the governors. I serve as co-chair of the Council of Governors as we work together on these emergency.
I hoped you had some info, bro.
Governors, no partisanship. They work together to solve the governors and the emergency responders on the ground. Those happen on the front end. The federal government comes in, make sure they're there that we recover. But we're still in that phase where we need to make sure that they're staying there, staying focused. Now, look, coming back to the climate change issue, there's no doubt this thing roared onto the scene faster and stronger than anything we've seen. Senator Vance has said that there's a climate problem in the past. Donald Trump called it a hoax and then joked that these things would make more beachfront property to be.
So this is why I would prefer that they have at least some time to just talk to each other. Because if I'm JD Vance, I'd be like, okay, yeah, Donald Trump absolutely said that it was a hoax. What is the hoax that he was referring to? That's what I'd do. Because, so like the notion that if we turn our AC up to 78 degrees in the winter and don't water our lawns, that we can fix the planet. That's the hoax? Oh, okay. Yeah, that tracks.
Donald Trump called it a hoax and then joked that these things would make more beachfront property to be able to invest in. What we've seen out of the Harris administration now, the Biden-Harris administration, is we've seen this investment. We've seen massive investments, the biggest in global history that we've seen in the Inflation Reduction Act, has created jobs all across the country. 2,000 in Jeffersonville, Ohio, taking the EV technology that we invented and making it here.
Yeah, Emma's saying the military controls them. The military has contingency plans for everything. We don't even need a government. Yeah, I mean, obviously, like we need somebody who is the top dog when it does come to the military. But other than that, I'm good with a skeleton crew.
Jeffersonville, Ohio, taking the EV technology that we invented and making it here. 200,000 jobs across the country. The largest solar manufacturing plant in North America.
Bro, this question started because of the hurricane. Have you seen what's been happening with the Teslas in North Carolina, Tennessee, all these places? They explode when they get wet, when they get submerged. Not like, no, like they light up. Let's see if we can get a Tesla battery explodes. hurricane. I know they're exploding all over the place, but I'm talking about, yes, this is exactly what I saw. And look at the water level. Look at the water level here. It's not like the car is fully submerged. This is like a puddle. This is a puddle. And you're talking about electric vehicles on a question about this exact thing. What are you doing? What are you doing? I'm going to assume y'all are talking to say, but yeah, wild.
That's in Minnesota. But my farmers know climate change is real. They've seen 500-year droughts, 500-year floods back to back. But what they're doing is adapting, and this has allowed them to tell me, look, I harvest corn, I harvest soybean, and I harvest wind. We are producing more natural gas and more oil at any time than we ever have. We're also producing.
That's, I think, a very subtle thing. And I wish I was the one to be able to call it out, because there's that meme going around where he jims the camera, where JD Vance jims the camera. But there's a very I think there's a lot to look into that, because as the younger generations, the millennials are getting into politics, there's a better understanding of what the goal is. And so, like, when we covered the presidential debate, and we're like, oh, well, they're not going into policy and da. It's like, that's not their goal here. Their goal here is to reach the people who don't really care that much and give them good vibes. And then here, it's essentially the same thing, but it's for the person that you're running with. And I little things like being aware that the camera is there and just be like, y'all heard that? Little things like that are I think what let him kind of just run off with it.
We are producing more natural gas and more oil at any time than we ever have. We're also producing more clean energy. So the solution for us is to continue to move forward, that climate change is real. Reducing our impact is absolutely critical, but this is not a false choice. You can do that at the same time you're creating the jobs that we're seeing all across the country. That's exactly what this administration has done. We are seeing us becoming an energy superpower for the future, not just the current. And that's what absolutely makes sense. And then we start thinking about, how do we mitigate these disasters?
Thank you.
Oh, so America is basically a military dictatorship disguised temporarily as a democratic republic.
Bingo.
Yep. Pretty bitter. That is why they call it the black pill. But the thing is that within this temporary disguise, there is there is the opportunity to make something. And that is the part that I feel like the black pill community doesn't really understand. That yes, things are bad, but there is ways to make it better, even if you're not going to live in some utopia.
Senator, I want to give you an opportunity to respond there. The governor mentioned that President Trump has called climate change a hoax. Do you agree?
Well, look, what the president has said is that if the Democrats, in particular Kamala Harris and her leadership, if they really believe that climate change is serious, what they would be doing is more manufacturing and more energy production in the United States of America, and that's not what they're doing. So clearly, Kamala Harris herself doesn't believe her own rhetoric on this. If she did, she would actually agree with Donald Trump's energy policies. Now, something Governor Walz said I think is important to touch upon, because when we talk about clean energy, I think that's a slogan that often the Democrats will use here. And I'm talking, of course, about the Democratic leadership. And the real issue is that if you're spending
again, very subtle thing. Both the presidential candidates are bad with casting onto the voter what they actually mean to cast onto the politician. And so just that little, I'm of course talking about the Democratic leadership. That little line shifts everything away from any liberal watching. He's talking about me. He's like, oh well, yeah, I got problems with fucking Chuck Schumer too.
Here. I'm talking, of course, about the Democratic leadership. And the real issue is that if you're spending hundreds of millions or even billions of dollars of
that's what they want for you, brother. That's exactly what they want.
American taxpayer money on solar panels that are made in China. Number one, you're going to make the economy dirtier. We should be making more of those solar panels here in the United States of America. Some of them are, Tim, but a lot of them are being made overseas.
I just want to come back is it going to fit? No, it's not going to fit. Of course, it's not going to fit. I just want to come back to this idea that this is died. This is died. Okay.
in China, especially the components that go into those solar panels. So if you really want to make the environment cleaner, you've got to invest in more energy production. We haven't built a nuclear facility, I think, one in the past 40 years.
Senator.
Natural gas, we got to invest more in it. Kamala Harris has done the opposite. That's raised energy prices and also meant that we're doing
Senator,
worse by
your
the
time
climate.
is up. Governor, would you like to respond?
Well, look, we're producing more natural gas than we ever have. There's no moratorium on that. We're producing more oil, but the folks know, and like I said again, these are not liberal folks. These are not folks that are Green New Deal folks. These are farmers that have been drought one year, massive flooding the next year. They understand that it makes sense. Look, our number one export cannot be topsoil from erosion from these massive storms. We saw it in Minnesota this summer. And thinking about how do we respond to that, we're thinking ahead on this. And what Kamala Harris has been able to do in Minnesota, we're starting to weatherproof some of these things. The infrastructure law that was passed allows us to think about mitigation in the future. How do we make sure that we're protecting by burying our power lines? How do we make sure that we're protecting lakefronts and things that we're seeing more and more of? But to call it a hoax and to take the oil company.
That's what I mean. Wait, let's see if we can get the actual meme. But like, that connects with people. There's a reason that they did that in the office, and they gave it to one character, and then they named. There's a reason. There's a reason. Sippy said the oil we produce is oil we refuse to refine because it costs too much.
That we're seeing more and more of. But to call it a hoax and to take the oil company executives to.
And again, there we go. That's the perfect one. There we go. That's perfect. That's perfect. But again, what exactly is the hoax? You explain to me, Mr. Walz, what exactly is it that you think that when Donald Trump says hoax, what is he referring to and what does he mean? I think that should be anytime anybody brings anything up that Trump has said, ask for the context. If they don't have it, you know they're full of shit. Now, Trump says some stupid shit. Trump says some shit that deserves to be disagreed with. But it's not just across the board. Shout out to Damaris. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the party. Good to see you as well. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Yeah, TV. Remember when Obama was gonna weatherproof everything? How did that work out? Yeah, it's almost like we have like a political class of people. Sometimes they wear red ties, and sometimes they wear blue ties, and some like different letters next to their names and stuff. But they work together in this like unity, harmony, like a uniparty.
Mar-a-Lago say, give me money for my campaign and I'll let you do whatever you want. We can be smarter about that. And an all above energy policy is exactly what she's doing, creating those jobs right here.
Gonzaga said Vance's argument could have been better there. Just point out that they're hypocritical and that they hold the normal American people to a higher standard than the Chinese governments. Yep. That would have been nail on the head. That would have been nail on the head. Shout out to Moon's boss. You a bitch. Let the man watch. The man enjoy some entertainment.
And an all above energy policy is exactly what she's doing, creating those jobs right here.
Governor, your time is up. The overwhelming consensus among scientists is that the Earth's climate is warming at an unprecedented rate. Margaret, thank you.
Oh yeah, I'm just gonna throw that out there. I thought we weren't fact checking. Okay.
This among scientists is that the Earth's climate is warming at an unprecedented rate. Margaret.
Thank you, Nora. We're going to turn now to immigration. The crisis at the U.S.-Mexico border consistently ranks as one of the top issues for American voters. Senator Vance, your campaign is pledging to carry out the largest mass deportation plan in American history and to use the U.S. military to do so. Could you be more specific about exactly how this will work? For example, would you deport parents who have entered the U.S. illegally and separate them from any of their children who were born on U.S. soil?
Yes.
You have 2 minutes.
So first of all, Margaret,
and this is again, I think the left has created this semantic problem of separating kids and parents. Like that's what it is. Like when you get arrested for a DUI, it's not like your kids go to jail with you. So you separated yourself from your kid by driving drunk and getting caught. Yet when it comes to this, we're separating parents because like that's not we need to reframe that. We need to reframe that entirely.
any of their children who were born on U.S. soil.
Yep.
You have 2 minutes.
So for
Just like any parents who are born on this soil and break the law, we will separate them from their kids. Unfortunately for the kids, that is how the law has to work.
First of all, Margaret, before we talk about deportations, we have to stop the bleeding. We have a historic immigration crisis because Kamala Harris started and said that she wanted to undo all of Donald Trump's border policies. 94 executive orders suspending deportations, decriminalizing illegal aliens, massively increasing the asylum fraud that exists in our system. That has opened the floodgates. And what it's meant is that a lot of fentanyl is coming into our country. I had a mother who struggled with opioid addiction and has gotten clean.
I said, shit, me too. Shout out to anybody struggling with opioid, opiate, dopey, anything addiction. It is rough.
Fentanyl is coming into our country. I had a mother who struggled with opioid addiction and has gotten clean. I don't want people who are struggling with addiction to be deprived of their second chance because Kamala Harris let in fentanyl into our communities at record levels. So you've got to stop the bleeding. You've got to re-implement Donald Trump's border policies, build the wall, re-implement deportations. And that gets me to your point, Margaret, about what do we actually do? So we've got 25 million illegal aliens who are here in the country. What do we do with them? I think the first thing that we
Get rid of them. And to my mods, don't forget, we would like to remind people to like the video, drop the link of the Discord, invite people to become a member. All of that good stuff is why you have the wrench, if I would remind you. What did I yeah, Zibby said Obama was separating kids from their parents at the border, then some disappeared. It's almost like you shouldn't bring your kids in that situation.
25 million illegal aliens who are here in the country. What do we do with them? I think the first thing that we do is we start with the criminal migrants. About 1 million of those people have committed some form of crime in addition to crossing the border illegally. I think you start with deportations on those folks.
I would love to ask, just a wide-ranging poll of would you be not in favor, but would you be against if we were doing some type of deportation something, but if you had kids that were American citizens, then you would be lower on the list. Because I do think that has a very, that's, they like in court, they'll talk about ties to the community. Like clearly, if your kid lives here, then you're a lot less likely to be a criminal or a terrorist or whatever. I'm open to proposing that, but we gotta admit that they're not supposed to be here. They have broken the law. They have broken our border, and they're not allowed to be here. A shout out to the Funk Master. Oh my goodness, Funk Master General out sponsoring himself. This is only a half one. We're gonna give him a fully. Here. Oh, here. Whoa. There you go. Eat it up, bud. There we go. Thank you so very, very much. He needs them treats. He's he hasn't been eating as much. I did get him to drink some water, so the saltiness won't be a problem. So feed the dog. Thank you so much. And of course, guys, if you were gifted a membership, make sure you join the Discord because even though it's not Monday, Wednesday, Friday, we are still gonna have an after party, and it is for channels of the members only. That's the third time I've done that. It's for members of the channel only. Hey, shout out to Texas Bjorn Wrong with the $10 super chat. Thank you. I don't want you jumping up. What? There you go. Thank you. Said, hope Morty is feeling better, brother. I hope so too. I mean, he definitely is, but I hope he, it's just the biggest thing that I'm struggling with is like, how long has he been struggling with this? And when, because it happened, he had like a smaller episode about a month ago, and he didn't spaz out or anything. But, and then since then, I'd been very cognizant about like, let me check his breathing. But I never took a good frame of reference for what his breathing was like before. And so I'm like, okay, well, this is much better than it was, but is this normal or is this still shallow? And it was still shallow. So I'm glad I brought him in. Man. The beginning of the end.
in addition to
Right.
migrants. About 1 million of those people have committed some form of crime in addition to crossing the border illegally. I think you start with deportations on those folks. And then I think you make it harder for illegal aliens to undercut the wages of American workers. A lot of people will go home if they can't work for less than minimum wage in our own country. And by the way, that'll be really good for our workers who just want to earn a fair wage for doing a good day's work. And the final point, Margaret, is you ask about family separation. Right now in this country, Margaret, we have 320,000 children that the Department of Homeland Security has effectively lost. Some of them have been sex trafficked. Some of them hopefully are at homes with their families. Some of them have been used as drug trafficking mules. The real family separation policy in this country is unfortunately Kamala Harris's wide open southern border. And I'd ask my fellow Americans to remember when she came into office, she said she was going to do this. Real leadership would be saying, you know what, I screwed up. We're going to go back to Donald Trump's border policies. I wish she would do that. It would be good for all of us.
Shout out again to our sponsors. Thank you so very, very much. That vet bill was not cheap, but anything for my boy.
Governor, do you care to respond to any of the specific allegations, including that the vice president is, quote, letting in fentanyl and using kids as drug mules, among other things?
Yeah.
We'll go back to that. Buckmaster General said maybe try feeding him children. It seems to work for politicians. Those motherfuckers live forever. You know, if I knew where to get children to eat, I might consider it. But until then, we're gonna have to stick with the regular gentle giants. It's just weird. I want you guys to see this. Quick aside. Gentle giants dog food. The bag. Like this is the food that he gets. Of course, it's tiny, but this is they don't do any kind of like any kind of advertising or anything. Just their whole bag is just messages of like they say 27 years old. This might be the oldest dog ever. And then they'll have like before and after pictures, but this is what we use. And it's not cheap, but he loves it. And then I wasn't lying. I did actually run out the other day. But we have some of the wet food. So he was doing that. Do I need this? I don't need this. Okay. Texas. And how many times has Swallow been to P. Diddy Island? I bet a bunch. She definitely would not tell the truth. Definitely. I think he wants a tomahawk steak too. I agree. All right, let's go back to this question here.
Specific allegations. Governor, do you care to respond to any of the specific allegations, including that the vice president is, quote, letting in fentanyl and using kids as drug mules, among other things?
Yeah. Well,
is that not happening? Who is in office right now? The Biden-Harris administration. So like the buck stops here. I'm sure that's Donald Trump's fault too, right?
Children.
the drug mule is not true, but I will say about the fentanyl, because this is a crisis at this.
No fact check. The fucking Border Patrol literally said it. They literally acknowledged it. Y'all motherfuckers haven't been down to the border.
Children.
The drug mule is not true, but I will say about the fentanyl.
Liar!
This is a crisis of this, the opioid crisis. And the good news on this is the last 12 months saw the largest decrease in opioid deaths in our nation's history, 30% decrease in Ohio, but there's still more work to do. But let's go back to this on immigration. Kamala Harris was the Attorney General of the largest state and a border state in California. She's the only person in this race who prosecuted transnational gangs for human trafficking and drug interventions.
Oh, yeah, because we know how those lefties love cops.
But look, we all want to solve it. Most of us want to
Good
solve
point. Good point. Good catch. No drug mules, but the rest is true. Okay, let's go with that. Idiot.
interventions. But look, we all want to solve it. Most of us want to solve this. And that is the United States Congress. That's the Border Patrol agents. That's the Chamber of Commerce. That's most Americans out here. That's why we had the fairest and the toughest bill on immigration that this nation's seen. It was crafted by a conservative senator from Oklahoma, James Lankford. I know him. He's super conservative, but he's a man of principle, wants to get it done. Democrats.
Oh, because, most conservatives, no principles at all.
Democrats and Republicans worked on this piece of legislation. The Border Patrol said, this is what we need in here. These are the experts. And the Chamber of Commerce and the Wall Street Journal said, pass this thing. Kamala Harris helped get.
How did Tim Walz let it happen? How did he let it happen? I don't, is Minnesota a border state, or are they just a very, very open sanctuary or sanctuary state, which we talk about? Educate
experts. And the Chamber of Commerce and the Wall Street Journal said, pass this thing. Kamala Harris helped get there. 1,500 new border agents, detection for drugs, DOJ money.
They do their jobs.
The adjudications on this, just what America wants. But as soon as I was getting ready to pass and actually tackle this, Donald Trump said no.
I was joking, dude. I was joking. She was the border czar. She was the border czar. How are we still blaming people coming over the border, not on the guy who said surge the border, not the border czar, but the guy who ran initially on Build the Wall? Just draw the through line. It does not exist. It does not exist. Carl said they're sacrificing prostitutes in Santa Muerta down at the border. It's beyond no country for old men. Oh, that the rise. I thought you were talking about the immigration itself, but yeah, not good, and only gotten worse in the last 4 years.
But as soon as I was getting ready to pass and actually tackle this, Donald Trump said no.
Iron Man bad.
Told them to vote against it because it gives him a campaign issue.
So, okay, Donald Trump can say, don't do this, and every Republican listens. But then Donald Trump, who's the cult leader of not just the politicians, but the actual things, says peacefully and patriotically. And he knew, he was dog whistling.
Come on, man.
You just make this shit up as you go along. Whatever fits in the moment. There's no consistency. There's no principle. It's just say the thing that sounds good for me.
Trump said no. Told them to vote against it because it gives him a campaign issue.
And what office did he hold at that time? Oh, so even when he's not in office, people take his advice. Maybe it's worth listening to.
It gives him what would Donald Trump talk about if we actually did some of these things? And they need to be done by the legislature. You can't just do this through the executive branch. So look, we have the options to do this. Donald Trump had 4 years. He had 4 years to do this.
So did Kamala, you fucking moron.
And he promised you, America, how easy it would be. I'll build you a big, beautiful wall, and Mexico will pay.
So in the same breath, you're going to act like Donald Trump is solely responsible for every Republican leader vote. But he's also responsible for the wall not getting built, despite the fact that that Congress is against him. Pick a lane. And yeah, that doesn't. We haven't even touched the fact that they just because you call it the border bill does not make it good. Just because you are actually allocating funds to the border does not make it a good bill. I think it was something like $90 billion for Israel or something. Don't quote me on that number, but it was most of the money was going to Israel. The huge chunk was going to Ukraine, and the least amount of money was going to the border. But people are stupid, so you call it the border bill, and then it must be good. So then when we say no, then you must be orange man bad. Any way you play it.
You, America, how easy it would be. I'll build you a big, beautiful wall. And Mexico will pay for it.
It would have been.
Less than 2% of that wall got built.
And whose fault? Who made phone calls there? Nobody made any phone calls about going against Donald Trump. The guy is not in office. Your running mate is. Where is the influence? If Donald Trump is getting shit done outside of office, why the fuck would I not want him to be in office? I don't understand what you're trying to go for here, other than orange man bad.
Mexico didn't pay a dime. But here we are again, 9 years after he came down that escalator, dehumanizing people and telling them what he...
Projection! The man has been shot in the face. And you still calling these extreme names. But he's the one that dehumanizes people. You just cannot make this shit up. You just cannot make this shit up. TV said there is also a House bill on immigration sitting on Chuck Schumer's desk, and he will not bring it to a vote. I wonder if there's any politics involved with that. See, that's the thing. Like, I'm not trying to pretend that there's no politicking in what Donald Trump does. The frustration comes from when everybody acts like Donald Trump is the only one who does politics in politics. We all collectively understood that right, left, center, up, down, whatever, that politicians were not to be trusted. We all understood that. And then one day, somebody put a magic spell all over the entire world where it's like, unless they've specifically said, yes, I did this thing, then every politician is a saint, and anything Donald Trump alludes to is the worst thing in the world. That is what took me from saying, okay, I don't hate Trump anymore like I thought I used to because of the lies that I heard on the media. But, I still was scared enough by being manipulated into voting for Hillary Clinton that 2020, I'm just going to fall back. But when I see another 4 years of this shit, that man has earned my vote simply by continuing to be himself, which is not anything that you can say about any of these other people. I mean, Kamala's literally trying to be black. Did I not save this? Oh, if I didn't save this, I'm going to slap myself. Oh, I'm going to slap myself. There's no way I didn't save this. No. I cannot believe I didn't save this. All right, give me a second here. I know it's there somewhere. All right, let's dive back in here. Where Trump is the one dehumanizing people.
Came down that escalator, dehumanizing people and telling him what he was going to do. As far as a deportation plan, at one point, Senator Vance said it was so unworkable to be laughable. So that's where we're at. Pass the bill, she'll sign it.
Governor, your time is up. Senator.
But again, I thought there was already a bill there.
The question was, will you separate parents from their children, even if their kids are U.S. citizens? You have 1 minute.
Margaret, my point is that we already have massive child separations thanks to Kamala Harris's open border. And I didn't accuse Kamala Harris of inviting drug mules. I said that she enabled the Mexican drug cartels to operate freely in this country. And we know that they use children as drug mules. And it is a disgrace, and it has to stop. Look, I think what Tim said just doesn't pass the smell test. For 3 years, Kamala Harris went out.
Joe knows all about the smell test. Oh, yeah, that's the kind of girl that I'm into, said Joe Biden.
Out bragging that she was going to undo Donald Trump's border policy. She did exactly that. We had a record number of illegal crossings. We had a record number of fentanyl coming into our country. And now that she's running for president, or a few months before, she says that somehow she got religion and cared a lot about a piece of legislation. The only thing that she did when she became the vice president, when she became the appointed border czar, was to undo 94 Donald Trump executive actions that opened the border. This problem is leading to...
If you're Tim Walz here, then that should be a good thing, because orange man bad, right? Exactly. We're going to go against this, that, whatever. But you're not smart enough to understand how people think, because you're in this bubble where you think, oh, well, I'm in the right team, so whatever I say goes. But I am so very glad that I found this. I am so glad. They purposely make it. They purposely make it annoying to use on desktop because they want to. They want you on the app. But either way, TV says Synthesis would have hit harder. Oh, so he said, I love how the left dehumanizes people. A sexy image is bad because a drawing or an actor on film is a real human with flesh and blood. They just whatever works in the moment. That's literally all it is. What do I need this to mean in this moment? That's the level of thinking. All right, check this out. Check it out.
I'm so convinced that if Kamala Harris went in
What
front
in the
of
chat
a
of you agree?
Vietnamese crowd, Kamala Harris went in front of a Vietnamese crowd. Oh, honey, vote for me. I make everything better for the Vietnamese people. And this is how we can do it.
Hey, gotta save that one in Lutch's links. Lutch's links that cannot go into the annals of history. But yeah. All right. Anyway.
President, when she became the appointed border czar, was to undo 94 Donald Trump executive actions that opened the border. This problem is leading to massive problems in the United States of America. Parents who can't afford health care, schools that are overwhelmed. It's got to stop, and it will when Donald Trump is president.
Senator,
again.
your time is up. Governor, what about our CBS News polling, which does show that a majority of Americans, more than 50%, support mass deportations?
Look, we fixed this issue.
Wait, in case we didn't hear that, is it like a small minority of people, or is it like a kind of in the middle, or what are we saying?
CBS News polling, which does show that a majority of Americans, more than 50%, support mass deportations.
Bingo.
Look, we fixed this issue with a bill that is necessary, but the issue on this is what happens when you don't want to solve it. You demonize it. And we saw this, and Senator Vance, and it surprises me on this, talking about and saying, I will create stories to bring attention to this. That vilified a large number of people who were here legally in the community of Springfield.
Okay, this is good for Walz. If he can handle this, this could be the moment of the night for him, because that's pretty big. The story that's pretty
That
big.
vilified a large number.
I mean, to even elaborate more on it, like, that's frustrating to somebody who is trying to parse out what's going on, and then when you're elevating stories that are not true, well, and you make me look like an idiot. I don't want that. Like, if we were all in on the joke, and we're like, oh, let's just talk about cats and dogs because they're eating the dogs. Like, that would have been great. But y'all didn't do it. Y'all just found some videos, made some shit up,
about and saying, I will create stories to bring attention to this. That vilified a large number of people who were here legally in the community of Springfield. The Republican governor said, it's not true. Don't do it. There's consequences for this. There's consequences. We could come together. Senator Langford did it. We could come together and solve this if we didn't let Donald Trump continue to make it an issue.
So I wonder, what is the trigger? What is the thing that would make him, JD Vance, give Jim the camera? What is it about what Tim just said?
Do it. There's consequences for this. There's consequences. We could come together. Senator Langford did it.
What about Senator Langford? That's what I would want to know. And I wish I was a little bit better with the individual senators and congressmen, especially since I don't pay as much attention to more bigger geopolitical things. But it's there. I mean, that people, you feel that when he does that, even though he's looking at the camera in general, he's looking directly at you. I don't know. Buckmaster General said maybe if you fed other dogs to Morty, he would gain more power like a Highlander. Let's give it a try. If you have a dog, then I'm totally not going to have Morty eat him. Just tell me where you live and I will come pick him up.
We could come together and solve this if we didn't let Donald Trump continue to make it an issue. And the consequences in...
Oh, so we're still just talking about how Donald Trump is bad, right? Okay, cool. We're all right.
Springfield the governor had to send state law enforcement to escort kindergartners to school. I believe Senator Vance wants to solve this, but by standing with Donald Trump and not working together to find a solution, it becomes a talking point. And when it becomes a talking point like this, we dehumanize and villainize other human beings.
Tim,
Governor, your time is up. Senator, I'll give you 1 minute, but let me just ask you the question first.
Why? Let them talk. Nobody gives a fuck about you, bitch. Nobody gives a fuck about you. Let them talk. They weren't yelling over each other. JD let him finish and said that he wanted to say that. Let him fucking talk.
Time is up. Senator, I'll give you 1 minute, but let me just ask you the question first. The governor has made the point, and I think as a sitting lawmaker, you know that Congress controls the purse strings and any funding. So you have said repeatedly that Donald Trump would, through executive action, solve this. Do you disagree that Congress controls the purse strings and would need to support many of the changes that you would actually want to implement? You have 1 minute.
Look, Margaret, first of all,
almost like when we talk in these super short sound bites that you don't let people elaborate, that when we say we and I, sometimes you can mean me and I, and sometimes you can mean we, like the Republican Party, or it's why we should let these people fucking speak. and not, be hamstringed by your rules. I don't get how this became. I mean, I guess I get how this became what it is. I don't understand how, especially post-Trump, we're not just done with this. I do not get it. I do not get it. Even if you want to stay with corporate news, let one Fox News, one MSNBC, or one CNN, whatever it is, and then they are there to moderate, not to be part of the conversation. It's 3 hours. There's no questions. It's just y'all fucking talk. If you're yelling over each other, okay, the moderators will, hold on, let's go to Senator Vance, and then, whatever. Why is that not the way we're doing these things? And since Amp said, residents went back to the city meeting and ripped them a new one, citing non-emergency line calls. Multiple previous instances where they tried to bring it up and they were labeled as racist. For me personally, I'm just waiting. I'm just waiting. We'll get the story and it'll be legitimized, and they'll pretend like they knew it the whole time, and that it is racist to actually say it's weird to eat cats and dogs from an American perspective. The typical conspiracy playbook. Just let it play out. Let it play out, and then we can gloat when we're right, when we're confirmed to be right. Master General said, "Yeah, dude, you didn't hear? Trump is worse than Hitler, Stalin." Yeah, Hitler was bad. Stalin, Hitler's Satan. Hitler's Satan. Oh my God. Shout out to Clyde Slate. Welcome to the party. He said, get rid of the MAGA circus. Vote for America. Vote Harris Walz 2024. Well, you're kind of speaking out of both sides of your mouth, in my opinion. If you're voting for America, you definitely cannot vote against America by voting for Harris and Walz. But I respect your opinion, and welcome to the party. Am said she's basically saying, since Congress will attempt to ruin efforts by blocking it, why vote for Trump since they will only derail it anyway? Spot on. Spot on. Exactly. That. And the problem is that politicking is being good enough at saying this while making it sound like the opposite. And the thing is, I don't know that Walz is good enough. We'll see, because to what Quantek was saying, then we haven't gotten any tough questions going to Walz yet. So we will see.
Many of the changes that you would actually want to implement. You have 1 minute.
Hey, shout out to VHS 201. Welcome. Yeah, Morty, he was in the ER last night, and it was not fun, but we are back. He is back. He is doing much better. And again, he hasn't been eating much, so do your thing. But welcome to the party. Good to see you, brother. TV Viewerski said Walz is not a national level guy. Based on this performance, I agree. It just seems like the moment's too big for him. It seems like the moment is too big for him. While JD Vance seems very calm and in the moment and in control of his thoughts and his emotion, and the way he seems very on it. Whereas Walz seems like he's on his back foot. He seems very defensive and not angry, but like old grandpa frustrated. Where it's like when you ask a Gen Xer to download a new app. It's like, dude, I promise you, you can do this. Slow down. You hit this button and then that button, and then you go here. You're like, oh, I don't want to do that. That's Tim Walz energy. Carl said there's an insane lefty politician from Nevada who's spending $500,000, $500,000 to put a 40-foot tall nude statue of Trump in effigy. These people are nuts. Yeah, I saw that. I mean, like, that's funny. I found it funny. Like, if your goal was to be like, yeah, hell yeah, then good job. But if, like, weird that you're imagining Trump naked, but, you know, weird. Like said, Wallace shouldn't even be the governor of his own backyard. Yep. Exactly. Trying to remember what he's supposed to say as opposed to just being able to answer these questions. That is why these things need to transition to a podcast form. This is so antiquated. Even like Piers Morgan, I don't get why he still does the same talking head style. It can be interesting and it can make interesting clips, but if your goal is to have people educated on these issues, then giving somebody 30 seconds to explain their entire position and why the other person is wrong is just not. It's just going to create teams. All right, let's dive back in here.
Support many of the changes that you would actually want to implement. You have 1 minute.
Look, Margaret, first of all, the gross majority of what we need to do at the southern border is just empowering law enforcement to do their job. I've been to the southern border more than our borders are. Kamala Harris has been, and it's actually heartbreaking because the Border Patrol agents, they just want to be empowered to do their job. Of course, additional resources would help, but most of this is about the president and the vice president empowering our law enforcement to say, if you try to come across the border illegally, you've got to stay in Mexico, you've got to go back through proper channels. Now, Governor Walz brought up the community of Springfield, and he's very worried about the things that I've said in Springfield. Look, in Springfield, Ohio, and in
This is it. This is you either make or break on this, because if you don't deliver a reasonable answer here, it doesn't have to be a great answer. It can be a bullshit politicky answer, but if you don't have something that sounds nice, then this is going to be a really bad moment for him. I knew what you meant. I can't put that up anyway. VHS said, here's a good question. Where do you see the Republican Party go post-Trump? Do we go back to neoconservatism, or will the party head towards a different direction? Absolutely going to be a different direction. And the more that conservatism is removed from Christianity and religion, the better that direction is going to go. The more actually progressive, not capital P progressive, but progressing in society, the more we can operate and leaving the faith part as just your personal backing for why you have these political positions. The better people can do that, the better we will be able to fight off that return to the rhino neocon type of party. Because I'm not voting for that. And I'm sure as shit not voting for the Democratic establishment as it stands. So Funkmaster's saying it should be a new direction, but will probably become a clusterfuck of egos followed by business as usual. Maybe in the short term, but again, that's politics. So I think, maybe I don't think things are going to be figured out by 28. But over the next couple elections, I think we're definitely going to see that the Republican Party is either sticking to their roots and is going to allow some type of America First type party to be a legitimate third party, or we all work together and beat the woke lefties. And said, I would like to see Republicans embrace new and younger leaders that have actual backbones like Vivek. And guess what that requires? A lack of dogmatic adherence to Christianity being part of your platform. I know y'all don't like it. I know y'all Christians don't like it. But I promise you I'm right.
About the things that I've said in Springfield.
All right, here we go.
In Springfield, Ohio, and in communities all across this country, you've got schools that are overwhelmed. You've got hospitals that are overwhelmed. You've got housing that is totally unaffordable because we brought in millions of illegal immigrants to compete with Americans for scarce homes. The people that I'm most worried about in Springfield, Ohio, are the American citizens who have had their lives destroyed by Kamala Harris's open border. It is a disgrace, Tim. And I actually think, I agree with you. I think you want to solve this problem, but I don't think that Kamala Harris does.
That was a great line. And again, what is the purpose of these debates? Is it to go in and well, I have this policy and it's going to do this, and then I'm going to ask for money for this, and then I'm going to have a meeting with that person and they can have the. That's not what these are for. That's what C-SPAN is for. That's not what we're doing here. What we're doing here is sound bites and vibes. Sound bites and vibes for low information voters. And that came off as very authentic. And then, yeah, I believe that Governor Walz wants to do this. But come on. Oof. Shout out to Mighty Sarlacc. Welcome to the party. I agree. They need to stop pandering to the evangelical voting bloc and simply stick to their policies. Exactly. Because even I'll take the word evangelical out of it, because I think the evangelical bloc is pretty secure in what it is. But like again, just going back to the Christianity of it all. Younger people, meaning under 40, don't really believe this stuff. They don't believe it. They like it. It's nice. It's got a good, but people are not, it's not what it was. You have to let go. Nobody is telling you have to give up your Bible. Nobody is telling you have to stop praying or going to church. Just stop making that part of the platform, because a lot of the people who want our policies don't believe in the same thing you do. And that's okay, because they believe in the same policies that you do.
I actually think, I agree with you. I think you want to solve this problem, but I don't think that Kamala Harris does.
Senator, your time is up. Governor, you have 1 minute to respond.
Yeah, well,
So this is where, shout out to Shane Gillis, this is where I'm expecting him to be the most defensive. Because, I mean, that was so perfect, because he didn't insult Walz. He insulted the administration in a perfect way. I don't know who these people are. And T said, I'd settle for funny. Funny would be nice. Yeah, I mean, you know. T said, when I was under 40, I didn't believe either. There you go. I mean, place your bets on whether you think that some magic thing is going to happen on my 40th birthday, where I believe it's not. But that's my point. Whether you are genuinely somebody who thinks about philosophy and spirituality and whatever, or you just don't pay attention to that stuff, you don't believe in it, and more importantly, you don't resonate with it. That's, again, this is politics. If you're not resonating with the voters, then what are you doing here? That's what we're doing here, is saying the things that make people go, oh, wow, I like that. That sounds good. That's it. Without Christianity, the party caves on abortion. I know you're a pro-life atheist and former pro-choice Christian. Both of those are unicorns. So, I mean, without Christianity, the party caves on abortion. I don't see why. Why would the party cave on abortion? I think it makes the pro-life arguments a lot stronger when it's not, well, God said, when you refer to the science that we have that is indisputable, that new DNA is created the moment of conception, then how do you respond to that? Well, yeah, but I don't like it. It's just a couple of cells. That is not, like, people will say that, sure, but that's going to stop being convincing, because it is just as convincing as God said so. I know you don't like that, but that is the fact. It is legit. It is the same amount of legitimacy. Oh, it's just a clump of cells. Oh, God told me. Those are equally stupid reasons to have the position that you have on abortion. And the sooner you grow up and realize it, I'm not talking to you, just the general you. The sooner y'all grow up and realize it, the sooner we will have a better country. Mighty Starlight said, it's weird. Some magic thing happened and I stopped believing at 40. You know, it might be intelligence and, all that stuff. So I think a God conversation about abortion needs to be had, and a good conversation about abortion needs to be had, and not God said no, therefore abortion is bad.
Bingo.
Exactly. God said, please stop saying God said. Pretty much. Yeah, and that DNA is in the mother's body forever. Yeah, the royal you. Thank you. Yeah, and that's you can't argue with that with emotional things. I don't care if you think that it's a clump of cells and you don't care about it. That is not a legitimate argument. And now you lose. But when you go back to go good, then it's just as weak of an argument. I know that you believe it. I know that you understand it, but this isn't about you. It's not about you. It's about America. It's about the fucking children that are being slaughtered in the womb. Stop making it about you and what you want and what you believe. It doesn't fucking matter. Children are dying.
It is law enforcement that asked for the bill. They helped craft it. They're the ones that supported it. It was. I forgot what the fuck we were talking about.
I actually think I agree with you.
Yeah.
I think you want to solve this problem, but I don't think that Kamala Harris does.
Senator, your time is up. Governor,
Me or Walz?
you have 1 minute to respond.
Yeah, well, it is law enforcement that asked for the bill. They helped craft it. They're the ones that supported it. That's because they know we need to do this. Look, this issue
Okay, and so why didn't she do it?
of continuing to bring this up, of not dealing with it, of blaming.
Then deal with it, motherfucker. What do you mean? Do we agree that it needs to be dealt with? Then deal with it. I don't and like again, I don't think he's angry. I think he's just nervous and defensive. I think he's nervous and defensive, and it's coming off as angry. Not good. Not good.
Issue
But
of
you're
continuing
right.
to bring this up, of not dealing.
And I think the fact that, his hair, like this all turns red, and then he has very bright blonde eyebrows. It just, I don't know. And I don't mean to be picking at anybody's appearance. I know I'm not necessarily Giga Chad, but these things are very relevant in elections. And I know these are the vice presidents, but I think specifically in this election, specifically in this election, we were talking about, the VP debate, who cares? But the personalities, not the person, just the personality of Trump, and then the reaction to that, the fake desire for Kamala, those are so strong that people have their minds made up. But here, as JD Vance started, you guys really know me. I'm not Trump. And he's not Kamala. So let's see what we got here. And I think that's working out really well. He said, come on, we all know Walz was picked last for dodgeball. He's more orange than Trump. Oh no, but not as orange as Biden. Oh my God. Dilly on the twofer with Carl and TV Viewerski. VHS said, as someone who comes from a Cuban background, the one thing that worries me the most about a younger politician is their exposure to leftist ideologies embedded in them by most universities, not all. And I mean, yeah, that absolutely makes sense to me. And but I do think on an individual level, JD Vance has shown that ain't him. That ain't him. What are you doing, Bubba? Are you sitting on the right side now? He always sits on my left leg. And so there's like my things, like my my back thingy on the seat. It's like lopsided. And he was sitting on this side this time. And I was like, whatever. But now all things are as they should be. Guanze, so would we like Walz more if you ran with a decent Democrat, someone like Tulsi or RFK? I don't think so. I don't think so, because I mean, obviously I have my biases. Obviously I know that he's running with Kamala. Obviously I hate what they bring to the table. But I've been doing my best to really just take this conversation for what it is. And the only time that it's really come up that she was with Kamala is when he's trying to make excuses that should have been addressed by Kamala while she's been in office. So I don't think so. Is it worth a poll? Let's turn the poll. All right. Would he be as bad with a better Dem president? So I'm already smuggling in. I am telling you, in this situation, it is, in your opinion, a better Democrat than Kamala Harris, in your opinion. So the question again, would Walz be as bad with a better Democratic president. So if he was running with somebody else who was better, in your opinion. Oh, TV, you said no. I've experienced Walz as a governor. This is hard for me to watch. So much disdain for him. Well, I think that, we're the polls at 50-50, so let me know what you guys think. Context said, I wouldn't mind Walz if I met him in person. I just can't stand that he stands with the machine, he actually seems reasonable compared to the crazies we've had the past 10 years. I don't disagree. And I do think I do think that I would dislike him just as much. But there is definitely something to be said about the normalcy, the return to normalcy, that I feel watching this, where it's like, okay, we are in a post-Trump world. We're not like, it's not just the sheer talking points, sheer rhetoric. They are actually talking about the stuffs. But at the same time, they're trying to be professional politicians. And I don't have a problem with that. And I think it took a Donald Trump to show that the best way to be a politician is to fucking say it like it is. And maybe, maybe that's a little too much for people, but you can still do it a little bit softer. That's Am said that's irrelevant. All that proves is he's a voice piece and regurgitates what he's told. Controlled by Svengali. I wouldn't see much of a change. Even I don't even know who I would call a better Democrat, but let's assume, it was let's say it was RFK and Walz. If I was an RFK fan, I don't think Walz would make me not vote for him. I don't know. Admittedly, I don't really know much about Walz. This is my first long take on him, and he doesn't seem completely unlikable. Exactly. So that is, again, a reminder of what we're actually doing here. Most of us have never heard either of these gentlemen speak for more than 2 minutes at a time. So he said the orphan grinding machine needs more lube. P. Diddy ran off with most of it. Oof.
Bill. They helped craft it. They're the ones that supported it. That's because they know we need to do this. Look, this issue of continuing to bring this up, of not dealing with it, of blaming migrants for everything. On housing, we could talk a little.
That makes a lot of sense. He said, I think they're picked on because the internal polling showed Minnesota's worse than they're letting on. That makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot of sense. Also ineffectual, like most Democrats. Exactly. And said, I'm not a fan of celebrating mediocrity. I said, shit, me too. Fuck that.
Of blaming migrants for everything. On housing, we could talk a little bit about Wall Street speculators buying up housing and making them less affordable. But it becomes a blame. Look, this bill also gives the money necessary to adjudicate. I agree.
I thought he was going to say, wow. I thought he was going to say, it gives the money to a Jew.
Bill also gives the money necessary to adjudicate. I agree. It should not take 7 years for an asylum claim to be done. This bill gets it done in 90 days. Then you start to make a difference in this, and you start to adhere to what we know, American principles.
Okay, 90 days does not seem like, with the number of people we have, 90 days does not seem like enough to do proper vetting. And I don't know what goes into that. But if we're saying it takes years, and then we're just going to snap our fingers and all of a sudden it takes 90 days, then it implies that process is going to be very much streamlined and not a lot of people paying the close attention that they should do. That they should do it. Do you see? I'm seeing Trump stickers and signs that I didn't see in 2020. Anecdotal, but I feel a shift here in St. Paul. Hell yeah, man. There's I feel it here too. I think we've cracked that threshold of enough people saw that I'm with diversity. I'm a diversity, and then see somebody over there. Like, you think this is bullshit, right? Like, you don't. I'm not into this bullshit, but we gotta, don't rock the boat and whatever. And then that group gets bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger, and then becomes the majority. I'm just like, oh wait, we've all been on the same page, but we've been scared of these woke freaks. game over. Game over.
days. Then you start to make a difference in this, and you start to adhere to what we know.
A good difference or a bad difference?
No, American principles. I don't talk about my faith a lot, but Matthew 25:40 talks about to the least amongst us, you do unto me. I think that's true of most Americans.
I'll start this. We'll come back to it.
They simply want order to it. This bill does it. It's funded. It's supported by the people who do it, and it lets us keep our dignity.
See, I feel like I'm getting scolded. Like, well, why don't you just listen to me? Why don't you just give me all your money and your vote? I'm better. I'm better. I'm better. That is the energy that I'm getting. Like, you work for me, motherfucker. Shut the fuck up.
It's funded. It's supported by the people who do it, and it lets us keep our dignity about how we treat other people.
Yeah, you don't want dignity? Like, what's wrong with you? That's the energy. Am I wrong? Am I off?
Thank you, Governor. And just to clarify for our viewers, Springfield, Ohio does have a large number of Haitian migrants who have legal status, temporary protected.
Oh yeah, again, just gonna throw that out there. It has nothing to do with this side or that side or whatever. And I know we're not fact checking, but I'm just gonna check a fact here real quick.
Stupid loser.
Number of Haitian migrants who have legal status, temporary protected
Well,
status.
Margaret, but
Thank you.
Senator, we have so much to get to.
Margaret,
Thank
I
you,
think it's
Laura.
important
We're
because
gonna turn out of the
debate-
economy. Thank
Margaret,
you.
the rule.
And like, even if you see them trying to be like, no, 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 like you're about to give him the floor again. Do you think he can't be like, well, I will answer that question, but like you just did a thing. Did you think I wasn't gonna get to talk again? Do you think by muting my mic right now, it ends my ability to communicate to the American people? Or are you just on a power trip? Because we have a lot to get to. And what the potential vice president has to say about. So let's see what was so important that she needed to cut him off.
Have so much to get to.
Margaret, I think it's
Laura.
important.
So much to
We're
get
gonna
to.
turn out of the
debate-
economy. Thank
Margaret,
you.
The economy. Okay, yeah, we definitely need to talk about the economy.
rules were that
The
you guys were
economy,
going to
we're-
fact check. And since you're fact checking me, I think it's important to say what's actually going on. So there's an application called the CBP One app, where you can go on as an illegal migrant, apply for asylum or apply for parole, and be granted legal status at the wave of a Kamala Harris open border.
So remember that when we did the presidential debate, that the fact checks and all of this and that, here all he's doing is explaining, even though they broke the rules. And Tim is going to get in on it too. And I lost my train of thought. I apologize. Am said, I don't like that. This is for people. This is for the people, not for them. This is why I hate the mainstream media. Yup. Well, like I said, we don't fact check after being fact checked. We've concluded that this is false. Hey, shout out to Matthew King. Welcome to the party. So we have a lot to get to, but truth isn't on the list. There you go. Dilly to that. Welcome to the party.
Legal status at the wave of a Kamala Harris open border
Thank you for
law.
the legal
That is not
process.
a person coming in, applying for a green card and waiting for 10 years.
I'm getting something about sound, or if audio's off, let me know.
That
Thank
is
you,
the
Senator.
facilitation of illegal immigration, Margaret, by
Thank
our
you,
own
Senator, for
leadership.
describing the legal
And
process.
Kamala-
We have
Kamala
so much
Harris
to get
opened up
to,
that
Senator.
pathway.
Those
We have
laws
so
have been on
much-
the books since 1990.
So again, let them talk about it. Let them talk about it. Let him say what he wants to say, and then let JD respond. That's what we're here for. I don't care about your questions. I care about what they have to say.
Have
Kamala
so much
Harris
to get
opened up
to,
that
Senator.
pathway.
Those
We have
laws
so
have been on
much-
the books since 1990.
Thank you, gentlemen.
The
We
CBP
wanna have-
One app has not been on the books since 1990. It's something that Kamala Harris.
You could see her arm, like, yeah, got you, bitch.
The
We
CBP
wanna
One
have-
app has not.
Oh my God. You see her purse her lips like that? She's looking for the button. Oh my God.
Laws
So
have been on
much-
the books since 1990.
Thank you, gentlemen.
The
We
CBP
wanna
One
have-
app has not been
Puts
on
her
the
pen
books.
down, looking for the button. Got him.
Gentlemen, the audience can't hear you because your mics are cut.
Oh, that makes you look fantastic, does it, CBS? Oof. He remembered his line.
We have so much we want to get to. Thank you for explaining the legal process.
Yes. Thank you for explaining the legal process. That is precisely what is on the minds of the American people. The legal process of how the fuck all of these people are getting across the border and staying in our country and staying in our hotels and staying in our homes. But we have stuff to get to. We have stuff to get to.
Nora.
Thank you, Margaret.
Thank you, Margaret. Fuck you.
Economy is a top concern for voters. Each of your campaigns has released an economic plan, so let's talk about the specifics. Governor Walz, Vice President Harris unveiled a plan that includes billions in tax credits for manufacturing, housing, and a renewed child tax credit. The Wharton School says your proposals will increase the nation's deficit by $1.2 trillion.
All right, here we go. Gonzaga said I'd be the first to do it, and this is not an easy question. So, not an easy question.
Will increase the nation's deficit by $1.2 trillion. How would you pay for that without ballooning the deficit? Governor, I'll give you 2 minutes.
Yeah, thank you. And Kamala Harris and I do believe in the middle class because that's where we come from. We both grew up in that. We understand.
Really? I've never Kamala. Did she grow up in a middle class home and her mom bought the first house when she was in high school and like the lawns or something? I don't know. She's never said anything about that. I don't. Guys, again, if you could do me a huge favor, if you've not already hit that like button, it helps out so very much. It's free, it's easy, and it helps. You're enjoying yourself, aren't you? Hit that like button. Thank you so much.
Kamala Harris and I do believe in the middle class because that's where we come from. We both grew up in that. We understand. So those of you out there listening tonight, you're hearing a lot of stuff back and forth, and it's good. It's healthy. That's what this is supposed to happen. You should be listening. How's this going to
Well, CBS disagrees with that.
Impact me? The bold forward plan that Kamala Harris put out there is talking about this housing issue. The one thing is there's 3 million.
What issue? What's the issue? What's the issue with housing? Timmy, what's the issue? Again, if I was JD, that's what I would say. Because remember, the mics are on. So I would be throwing in these little if nothing else, to just throw him off kilter. And I wouldn't overuse that because he's JD's given enough rope to hang himself with. But yikes. What did I just do here? Matthew said I get so pissed when they talk about the border bill that was going to allow 5,000 people a day on average to cross the border. Yep. We were definitely going over that, and it's just bullshit. It's just bullshit. I don't care if you grew up in the middle class. You are not there now. And guess who's a lot closer to their middle class upbringing, or not quite middle class upbringing, than either of you? JD Vance. So maybe shut up. Don't care. Goldenegg said, damn you, Vance. How dare you stand with Trump with your perfect beard and your dreamy eyes? The way you carry yourself is sick. Not like a virus, but like a skate trip, you jerk.
New houses proposed under this plan with down payment assistance on the front end to get you in a house. A house is much more than just an asset to be traded somewhere. It's foundational to where you're at. And then
Okay, but it's also like an asset to be traded, right?
making sure that the things you buy every day, whether they be prescription drugs or other things, that there's fairness in that. Look, the $35 insulin is a good thing, but it costs $5 to make insulin. They were charging $800 before this law went into effect. As far as the housing goes, I've seen it in Minnesota, 12% more housing.
I bet you have.
Prices went down on rent 4%.
Okay, why? Again, that's where's JD's? Why? Just throw that in there. Number one, it throws him off. Now he's talking to you. Now he's off script. And again, I wouldn't want him pestering him the whole time. And I guess we're not that far in. But yeah, I mean, it needs to be a little bit more, because I think that he is, Tim Walz isn't as cringe and dislikable as Kamala. But he's nah.
It's working. And then making sure tax cuts go to the middle class. $6,000 child tax credit, we have one in Minnesota, reduces childhood poverty by 1/3. We save money in the long run, and we do the right thing for families. And then getting businesses off the ground. The law as it stands right now is $5,000 tax credit for small business, increasing that to $50,000. Now, this is a philosophical difference between us. Donald Trump made a promise, and I'll give you this. He kept it. He took folks to Mar-a-Lago, said, you're rich as hell, I'm going to give you a tax cut. He gave the tax cuts that predominantly went to the top cut.
Good line.
What happened there was an $8 trillion increase in the national debt, the largest ever. Now he's proposing a 20% consumption or sales tax on everything we bring in. Everyone agrees, including businesses, it would be destabilizing it.
Well, were you not in favor of bringing jobs back to America? Like, that doesn't just happen with a wave of the magical Kamala wand.
It would increase inflation and potentially lead to a recession.
We're
Look,
not
this is
Willie
simple
Brown,
for
you know.
Where are we going? Kamala Harris has said to do the things she wants to do. We'll just ask the wealthiest to pay their fair share. When you do that, our system works best. More people are participating in it, and folks have the things that they need.
Senator, I want to give you a moment to respond on that. But similarly, the Wharton School has done an analysis of the Trump plan and says it would increase the nation's deficit by $5.8 trillion. My question is the same for you.
And it even though it's the same question, it's a lot lower stakes on JD Vance, because the expectation is, of course, the Republican, like Tim said, of course, the Republicans are going to give tax breaks to their friends, and so that's the kind of the expectation, for better or worse, you know. What? No, thank you. Oh, said, remember the Alex Jones Tucker Carlson video we were watching about human and animal hybrids? Looks like they crossed Walz with a pug. Oh my god! Oh my god! The disrespect! The disrespect! How much you guys want to bet? How much you guys want to bet? I just realized I haven't had the Kick Chat open. It's behind Discord, and I bet you, I've been really on top of it, and I bet you, the one time I forgot, there's going to be somebody there. Oh, no. Nobody cares. Nobody cares. Do you feel it?
Deficit by $5.8 trillion. My question is the same for you. How do you pay for all that without ballooning the deficit? I'll give you 2 minutes.
Well, first of all, you're going to hear a lot from Tim Walz this evening, and you just heard it in the answer. A lot of what Kamala Harris proposes to do.
Whoa, that was, I mean, that camera, that cut was not good for him. Like, I need a moment to process. Like, am I off? Like, this is
Tim
weird.
Walz this evening, and you just heard it in the answer. A lot of what Kamala Harris proposes to do, and some of it, I'll be honest with you, it even.
No, one more time. I don't think it's anything necessarily weird. I think he's just kind of readjusting. But the cut while he was leaning in.
A lot of what Kamala Harris proposes to do, and some of it, I'll be honest with you, it even sounds pretty good. Here's what you won't hear, is that Kamala Harris has already done it, because she's been the vice president for 3.5 years. She had the opportunity to enact all of these great policies, and what she's actually done instead is drive the cost of food higher by 25%, drive the cost of housing higher by about 60%, open the American southern border, and make middle-class life unaffordable for a large number of Americans. If Kamala Harris has such great plans for how to address middle-class problems, then she ought to do them now, not when asking for a promotion, but in the job the American people gave her 3.5 years ago. And the fact that she isn't tells you a lot about how much you can trust her actual plans.
You can't, bro. You can't. And Guanta brings up a great point, is that, well, they're asking him to answer for Trump, but they're not asking Walz to answer for Kamala. It's almost like they're biased.
Now, Donald Trump's economic plan is not just a plan, but it's also a record. A lot of those same economists attack Donald Trump's plans, and they
But also, it's a plan, unlike Kamala.
have PhDs, but they don't have common sense and they don't have wisdom.
Yup.
Because Donald Trump's
Yup.
economic policies delivered the highest take-home pay in a generation in this country, 1.5% inflation, and to boot, peace and security all over the world. So when people say that Donald Trump's economic plan doesn't make sense, I say, look at the record. He delivered rising take-home pay for American workers. Now, Tim admirably admits that they want to undo the Trump tax cuts. But if you look at what was so different about Donald Trump's tax cuts, even from previous Republican tax cut plans, is that a lot of those resources went to giving more take-home pay to middle-class and working-class Americans. It was passed in 2017, and you saw an American economic boom unlike we've seen in a generation in this country. That is a record that I'm proud to run on, and we're going to get back to that common sense wisdom so that you can afford to live the American dream again. I know a lot of you are struggling. I know a lot of you are worried about paying the bills. It's going to stop when Donald Trump brings back common sense to this country.
Governor, do you want
Let's do it. I mean, that's what you're here for, to deliver answers like that in a calm, concise way. That's not word soup. That's not, well, speak like a person. That's what we want. Just be a person.
It's going to stop when Donald Trump brings back common sense to this country.
Governor, do you want to respond to that? What has Kamala Harris done for the middle class?
Even the head shake. Even the head shake. Yeah.
Brings back common sense to this country.
Governor, do you want to respond to that? What has Kamala Harris?
And again, I don't think it's anything other than nerves and adrenaline, but it's not good. It doesn't speak to strength. And call me crazy, but I could see a deep state that wants Kamala over Trump, but would prefer Walz over Kamala. You know what I'm saying?
Trump brings back common sense to this country.
Governor, do you want to respond to that? What has Kamala Harris done for the middle class?
Yeah, well, Kamala Harris's day one was Donald Trump's failure on COVID that led to the collapse of our economy. We were already before COVID in a manufacturing recession, but 10 million people out of work, largest percentage since the Great Depression. 9 million jobs closed on that.
So let's take away the question and just listen to the way they are answering the question. So let's continue here, and then we'll go. Well, I guess if they're ask the same question, or we'll go back to whatever. Yeah, but we'll just go to the next question, and that's what we're looking at. So look at the mode, the emotional state, the level of competence, the level of calmness that's going on.
People out of work, largest percentage since the Great Depression.
And I mean, to be fair, we are sped up, but they're both sped up.
9 million jobs closed on that. That was day one, whether it was the Infrastructure Act or other things we moved. Now, you made a question about experts, said this. I've made a note of this. Economists don't know, can't be trusted. Science.
Excuse me? What was that? Economists what?
Said this. I've made a note of this. Economists don't know, can't be trusted.
What?
One more time.
About experts, said this. I've made a note of this. Economists don't know, can't be trusted. Science.
Anybody? Oh, can't be trusted. Okay. All right. Okay.
Experts said this. I've made a note of this. Economists don't know, can't be trusted. Science can't be trusted. National security.
No. Science can absolutely be trusted. Scientists are different than science.
Security folks can't be trusted. Look, if you're going to be president, you don't have all the answers. Donald Trump believes he does. My pro tip of the day is this. If you need heart surgery.
I don't even care the rest of your answer. I don't believe that Trump has all the answers. I do believe that none of them have any fucking answers. And Donald Trump at least has some. So I agree with you, Tim.
Answers. Donald Trump believes he does. My pro tip of the day is this. If you need heart surgery, listen to the people at the Mayo Clinic in Rochester, Minnesota, not Donald Trump. And the same thing goes with this. And I ask you out there, teachers, nurses, truck drivers, whatever, how is it fair that you're paying your taxes every year and Donald Trump hasn't paid any federal tax in the last 15 years? And the last year as president.
Not true, but good line.
That's what's wrong with the system. There's a way around it, and he's bragged about that.
Yeah, that's exactly he's trying to nail this home. They don't think the experts can be trusted. All the experts that told us all this shit that was wrong because they were experts and we listened to them, they were wrong and destroyed our economy and the development of children for an entire generation. But trust the science, bro. I am the science. He said, I think start to say don't know anything regarding economists, then change his wording. Yeah. He's just saying they don't even trust the experts. Correct. We do do not. You do? You trust the experts. Okay. I mean, okay. I mean, they're not necessarily ignorant, but we okay. Context. Don't act so surprised, Tim. It's hard to trust when you've been taking advantage of us for decades. Trust is earned, not a right. Well said, sir. Well said, sir.
That's what's wrong with the system. There's a way around it, and he's bragged about that. We're just asking for fairness in it.
You're not part of our system. You're trying to get around the system. The system must be upheld. You don't want to be part of the system, so you're bad. Like, all you're doing when you say that, for the people who are like, you know what? I don't really trust the system either. And now there's a vice presidential candidate who is openly saying, hey, I don't know. How do you think people are responding to what you are doing and saying? That is your only goal here. And you are doing very, very badly.
There's a
And here's the other thing. That Democratic voters are more likely to pay attention to the specifics of what is said, because I find on the left, and this is very, very generally speaking, what you'll find is the lefties who are super in the weeds, and then your default liberals, and then on the right there's a little bit less of a distribution, where it's everybody is like, if you're pro-Trump, you kind of are here, there, or you're not ignorant to anything but talking points. Obviously, there are stupid follower people on both sides. That's not at all what I'm saying. I'm saying the distribution. I think there's more people in the middle of, hey, I don't think Donald Trump is some amazing fucking god, but I think he is clearly the best and most moderate choice for a president in this election. I think that's kind of middle of the road. And then you're shouting here, they don't like the system. Buy into the system. Again, I feel like Grandpa is scolding me for not trusting him to set up my new iPhone or something. Shout out to Catherine Leatherwood. Welcome to the party. I'm right there with you. Trust the system. I'm good. And not only is he saying that, but he's saying that in the sense that he expects you to be like, yeah, he doesn't trust the system. What a bad guy. Like, bro, that's some boomer shit. Clearly Trump's not the overlord, Morty. Well, what? Is there supposed to be a comment there? Clearly Trump's not the overlord, Morty. I mean, very clearly. I don't know in what context you're talking about, but yeah, agreed.
10 of the last 15 years, the last year as president. That's what's wrong with the system. There's a way around it, and he's bragged about that. We're just asking for fairness in it, and that's all you want.
Are you though? Is it though? Sounds like you're asking for equity, because that's all you ever talk about. So I apologize, Mr. Walz, if I have your positions misunderstood. But I don't think you like equality. I don't think you like fairness. I think you like identity politics.
Around it, and he's bragged about that. We're just asking for fairness in it, and that's all you want.
You have a minute.
Governor, you say trust the experts, but those same experts for 40 years said that if we shipped our manufacturing base off to China, we'd get cheaper goods. They lied about that. They said if we shipped our industrial base off to other countries, to Mexico and elsewhere, it would make the middle class stronger. They were wrong about that. They were wrong about the idea that if we made America less self-reliant, less productive in our own nation, that it would somehow make us better off, and they were wrong about it. And for the first time in a generation, Donald Trump had the wisdom and the courage to say to that bipartisan consensus, we're not doing it anymore. We're bringing American manufacturing back. We're unleashing American energy. We're going to make more of our own stuff. And this isn't just an economic issue.
And we're going to make America great again. Shout out to Indie Film here with the $5 super chat. And of course, every donation comes with a treat from my co-host, Morty. And he did just come out of the ER. He is having trouble getting food down, so every treat will help. And oh my goodness, shout out to Vance. Said trust the experts with a $5 Venmo. Thank you. We don't trust, believe nothing except that anything is possible. Do these experts? I was gonna try to say, like, are these experts actually experts? And I was trying to use the, like adulting, and I was trying to use that. It didn't work. Either way, it's not about being an expert. It's about how did you become an expert, and who said that you're an expert, and by what means have you become an expert? And an expert in what? Just expert. Trust the experts. Which experts? On what? About what? Just trust the system. Catherine said, this EOV has diarrhea of money problem. Oh, I definitely would not want that. I definitely would not want that. Matthew Kings, and how dare Trump use all those loopholes that Congress put into tax laws? Yeah, right. The government system definitely has diarrhea of money. Absolutely. And a shout out to Zippy DSMLE over on Rumble with the Rumble Rain. Thank you so much. Getting some food into his tummy. That's what you need. He's still coming off the medicine, off them painkillers, man. You want to switch places real quick because you've been through all the good bullshit. Now you just okay. Anyway, thank you so very much, guys. Let's dive back in here.
Unleashing American energy. We're going to make more of our own stuff. And this isn't just an economic issue. And I've got 3 beautiful little kids at home, 7, 4, and 2. And I love them very much. And I hope they're in bed right now. But look, so many of the drugs, the pharmaceuticals that we put in the...
Maybe this is me. Stop fucking telling your kids to go to sleep on TV. It's trite and cliche. He technically didn't tell them. I hope they're going to sleep. But usually it's like, I have 3 of the kids at home. If you guys are watching, you better go to bed. Old, tired. Don't do it. It's annoying. Excuse me. Shout out to Mid-Most Mark, the Man of Steel himself. Welcome to the party. I'm saying, if people trusted the experts, every person I talk to would buy life insurance for me. Imagine if I used that line on my client. Well, I'm the expert. What do you think you know better than me?
How dare you?
Much, and I hope they're in bed right now. But look, so many of the drugs, the pharmaceuticals that we put in the bodies of our children are manufactured by nations that hate us. This has to stop. And we're not going to stop it by listening to experts. We're going to stop it by listening to common sense wisdom, which is what Donald Trump governed on.
Senator, your time is up. Governor Walz, can you address that? I mean, voters say they trust Donald Trump on the economy more. Why?
If you're
I don't know. Maybe because he made more of the monies.
listening tonight and you want billionaires to get tax cuts, you heard what the numbers were. Look, I'm a union guy on this. I'm not a guy who wants.
Shout out to Zippy. Thank you so much for coming through. You have a good one. Catherine said, trust the experts. Here's your mandatory vaccine. No, thanks. I'm good. Shout out, everybody. All my purebloods. Put a 1 in the chat if you are a pureblood. If you have not gotten a single COVID vaccine. The other ones I don't care about. If you've not gotten a single COVID vaccine, put a 1 in the chat. You are a true pure blood. TV Viewerski said, clearly misunderstood. It is Vance scolding his wife for letting kids watch daddy on the TV. Now it's clear. There we go. Shout out to the pure bloods. All of you guys. Hell yeah. Blumdeck said the experts told us child transitioning was perfectly healthy. Then we were told not to trust the experts when they came out against it years later.
What?
It's almost like they're not actually experts. Catherine said, have you heard how many times K-Miles, I don't know who K-Miles, said mandatory? I have not. Who is that? K-Miles? What is that? What? QE? I don't know what this means. Have you heard? So that means mandatory. Well, I mean, I personally haven't heard it. I don't have a lot of illegal immigration in my area, but I'm sure if that's what it means, definitely heard it. People definitely heard it. Yep. Oh, we survived and evaded the greatest psyop in history. And to that, like so many other things, we drink. Cheers to all of you.
Wanted to ship things overseas, but I understand that, look, we produce soybeans and corn. We need to have fair trading partners. That's something that we believe in. I think the thing that most concerns me on this is Donald Trump was the guy who created the largest trade deficit in American history with China. So the rhetoric is good. Much of what the senator said right there, I'm in agreement with him on this. I watched it happen too. I watched it to my communities, and we talked about that. But we had people undercutting the right to.
Oh, I get it now. I went right over my head. I was like, what are we? I don't, what? Yes. Oh, Kamala. There we go. Mandatory Kamala. There we go. I'll be stupid sometimes. Sorry.
Stupid.
Right over my head. There we go. Okay, now we're all on the same page. Sorry about that. Venmo said the bravery in the face of people belittling you and being intentionally segregated from your family and friends because you didn't buy the bullshit. America! Kamala.
Communities, and we talked about that. But we had people undercutting the right to collectively bargain. We had right to work states made it more difficult. We had companies that were willing to ship it over, and we saw people profit. Folks that are.
What is that? What is that? What is happening to your face, bro? I don't want to go directly to cocaine. I'm not an uppers guy. I never really did uppers. But I did a bunch of coke. And it looks like that when you do coke. Just saying.
Venture capital in some cases, putting money into companies that were overseas. We're in agreement that we bring those.
Oh, yeah. I forgot. He was so soothing. Did he even stop talking? I don't remember. He did, yeah. I forgot. So well, let's try it again. So we're gonna, yeah. And I'm willing to give that to him. That it's adrenaline and nervous system, whatever. But this is a vice presidential debate, bro. It's not that big a deal. The stakes are high, sure, but not as high as if Kamala dies and you gotta go meet with Xi Jinping. You ain't ready. But okay, let's try again. So when we'll compare this answer to whatever JD Vance says next, and just looking at vibes and emotional state.
Venture capital in some cases, putting money into companies that were overseas. We're in agreement that we bring those home. The issue is Donald Trump is talking about it. Kamala Harris has a record, 250,000 more manufacturing jobs just out of the IRA.
May I respond to that?
Yes.
So appreciate that.
Okay, so again, now we're comparing let's see again.
We have that, but agreement with him on this. So the rhetoric is good. Much of what the senator said right there, I'm in agreement with him on this. I watched it happen too. I watched it to my communities, and we talked about that. But we had people undercutting the right to collectively bargain. We had right to work states made it more difficult. We had companies that were willing to ship it over, and we saw people profit. Folks that are venture capital in some cases, putting money into companies that were overseas. We're in agreement that we bring those home. The issue is Donald Trump is talking about it. Kamala Harris has a record, 250,000 more manufacturing.
And again, when he said Kamala Harris has a record, and then you get the jimming the camera. That right there. It's just like, do I even have to? Like, I will, because I'm here, but you guys know. I don't know how you do better than this. He said, I wonder if he has the same supplier as Zelensky. I'm sure they all, get the good stuff. Yeah. He looks cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. Do I have a crazy button? I don't have a crazy button. We'll give him the toasty button. But yeah. Yeah. And I was talking about this before. I said I think it's an intentional thing that he's doing. And I think it's something that shows the different. When you see this, you can tell that he's looking at you. Even though he's obviously looking at a camera. He's looking at you, and it works. The Republican Party's been very bad at little things like that, but needed the fucking millennials. I fucking told y'all, the millennials are gonna fix everything. I don't know about that, but Ineffable said being a right-to-work state does not send jobs overseas. It actually keeps them. It's almost like if you have a right to work, then they need a job to give you in order to work. Imagine if he had Good Vibes remote controlled vibrator in his butt. Somebody was pressing the button randomly.
Oh, hell no.
Come on, bro. What kind of... oh.
Issue is Donald Trump is talking about it. Kamala Harris has a record, 250,000 more manufacturing jobs just out of the IRA.
May I respond to that?
Yes.
So appreciate that. So if you notice, what Governor Walz just did is he said, first of all, Donald Trump has to listen to the experts. And then when he acknowledged that the experts screwed up, he said, well, Donald Trump didn't do nearly as good of a job as the statistics
No, that's a
show
gross
that he
generalization.
did.
Got him! Who did somebody say that? Somebody brought that up, right? About the yeah. Well, I mean, not exactly that, but same kind of thing.
Walz just did is he said, first of all, Donald Trump has to listen to the experts. And then when he acknowledged that the experts screwed up, he said, well, Donald Trump didn't do nearly as good of a job as the statistics
No, that's a
show
gross
that he
generalization.
did. So what Tim Walz is doing, and I honestly, Tim, I think you got a tough job here because you've got to play whack-a-mole. You've got to pretend that Donald Trump didn't deliver rising take-home pay, which of course he did. You've got to pretend that Donald Trump didn't deliver lower inflation, which of course he did. And then you simultaneously got to defend Kamala Harris's atrocious economic record, which has made gas, groceries, and housing unaffordable for American citizens. I was raised by a woman who would sometimes go into medical debt so that she could put food on the table in our household. I know what it's like to not be able to afford the things that you need to afford. We can do so much better. To all of you watching, we can get back to an America that's affordable again. We just got to get back to common sense economic principles.
And so when I say America won this debate, that is what I mean. That is what I mean. If there is a normal to be returned to in this post-Trump world, please. And if you're looking for normal, just a random spot. Which one seems more normal? Oh, Elmer Fudd. I would this duck season. Carl said you have to. I don't want to visit from Secret Service or FBI. They do that for spicy tweets now. You gotta cover your ass. Gotta cover your ass. Venmo's Mark said, I don't know if there's going to be any kind of return to normal. And I agree that we're not going to a pre-Trump world. But I think that number one, I think the biggest thing is if Trump wins and then serves out his term and then cannot run again, that is going to be a very big and positive thing for the relations between Democrats and Republicans, because he is a fucking fire bomb, whatever. He is lightning in a bottle. But if we can get that same mentality, but also with decorum, like JD Vance is doing right now, then we don't have to be as brash and bombastic as Trump really was in 2016. I mean, he's pretty chill the fuck out now, but we don't need that anymore because Trump did it. Trump did it for us. I said shit. Me too. Let's do that. So if these were the presidential candidates who, and you didn't know, okay. There's no VP. Who would you pick? I know this is kind of obvious, but why not? Why not?
I hope we have a conversation.
Yeah, well, let's not forget. Postmaster General died when Trump was president. Stacks of money he was making, saving things at cheap prices, stuff. Yeah, it's tough out there. Or a jar of peanut butter with a smiley face.
On healthcare then.
Senator, Governor.
Please.
Thank you.
I missed that one.
Watching, we can get back to an America that's affordable again. We just got to get back to common sense economic principles.
I hope we have a conversation on healthcare then.
Senator, Governor.
Please.
Thank you, Margaret.
Please.
We have a lot to get to ahead, gentlemen, on many topics. But right now, I want to talk about personal qualifications. The vice president is often the last voice the president hears before making consequential decisions.
True.
We want to ask you about your leadership qualities. Governor Walz, you said you were in Hong Kong during the deadly Tiananmen Square protests in the spring of 1989.
You mad, bro? You mad, bro? Shout out to Ayush Gupta. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the party. So Tim shaking his head. Tim shaking his head from JD to moderator gives me the vibe like he's trying to plead to the moderators to interrupt or stop JD with his puppy eyes. Makes sense to me. Makes sense to me. Welcome, welcome, welcome. What? I don't know what that means. Oh, that face. That was such a perfect, like, bro, and like the lines that he has makes it like, that should be its own emoji. Shout out to Am. That should be its own emoji. Nobody would get that shit confused.
Hong Kong during the deadly Tiananmen Square protests in the spring of 1989. But Minnesota Public Radio and other media outlets are reporting that you actually didn't travel to Asia until August of that year. Can you explain that discrepancy?
Yeah.
Yeah, I lied.
Well, and to the folks out there who didn't get at the top of this, look, I grew up in small rural Nebraska, town of 400, town that you.
Nope. Hey, wait. We got the. It was a tough question. Just maybe not a tough question, but a very fair question about the economy. So 2. All tough questions for Vance, but 2. Let's be accurate. I grew up in a small town.
That discrepancy?
Yeah, well, and to the folks out there who didn't get at the top of this, look, I grew up in small rural Nebraska, town of 400, town that you rode your bike with your buddies till the street lights come on, and I'm proud of that service. I joined the National Guard at 17, worked on family farms, and then I used the GI Bill to become a teacher, passionate about it, a young teacher. My first year out, I got the opportunity in the summer of '89 to travel to China. 35 years ago, be able to do that. I came back home and then started a program to take young people there. We would take basketball teams, we would take baseball teams, we would take dancers, and we would go back and forth to China. The issue for that was to try and learn. Now, look, my community knows who I am. They saw where
I don't. So don't really care about what your community thinks because your community might be a bunch of woke fucking like, ugh. So I don't really care what your community thinks about you. I would like to make my own opinion.
For that was to try and learn. Now, look, my community knows who I am. They saw where I was at.
Again.
Again.
Shout out to again. Boys being boys. If you know, you know. But again, I feel like I'm getting scolded. I feel like I'm getting scolded. Oh, do you want to come back over here, Bubba? You want to come back here? You want to stay? Which one do you want to do? You want to stay there? Or do you want to come over here? I don't know. What do you like to be over here? Let's bring you over here. No? He seems like he's fine. I don't want to. No? Yeah, but you're looking. All right, come on over here. Let's go. Yeah. All right. Oh, he's so delicate right now. He's so delicate. He's just like, oh, just do it for me. Whatever it is. Just do it for me. I'm rolling over the goddamn things here. All right. Struggle streaming. Oh, good. All right. We're good. All right. Where we at? Yeah, to which he rambles on and on, doesn't answer the question. Besides, I misspoke. Loser. I'm saying he's being a knucklehead, guys. It's still better than being weird. He said, switch the line. NG, no, what? I don't know what that means. I don't know these inside jokes that you guys know. Catherine said, do you know the reason she is wearing pink? She was on a Zoom meeting with women who wear pink to support Kamala. What bitch? Ayush said, my very normy wife is listening to the answer and saying, what's up with this Kamala answer? Let's go. Shout out to Mrs. Gupta. She knows what's good. Y'all know what's good. Oh, yeah, tampons for boys. That's not weird, you bigot. You bigot. Boys need tampons in the bathroom. Yeah, right? Even the question was still going, and he blew it. All right, let's...
Answers. We take young people there. We would take become at 7. I grew up...
To Asia until August of that year. Can you explain that discrepancy? You have 2
Yeah,
minutes.
well, and to the folks out there who didn't get at the top of this, look, I grew up in small rural
And
Nebraska.
again, that even just, well, you know, in case you didn't hear me already address this, I have to talk about this bullshit again. Like, you ain't ready for this, bro. You're not built for this.
Town of 400, town that you rode your bike with your buddies till the streetlights come on, and I'm proud of that service.
And so that makes it okay for me to lie.
I joined the National Guard at 17, worked on family farms, and
Exactly,
then I
Catherine.
used the GI Bill to become a teacher, passionate about it, a young teacher. My first year out, I got the opportunity in the summer of '89 to travel to China. 35 years ago, be able to do that. I came back home and then started a program to take young people there. We would take basketball teams, we would take baseball.
Really quick, guys, I just want to ask a huge favor. If you're not already liked and subscribed to the channel, I am live every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern, and just like right now, whenever I feel like it. And this is it. This is the party. So make sure you never miss one. Hit that subscribe, ring the bell. Let's go.
Teams, we would take dancers, and we would go back and forth to China. The issue for that was to try and learn. Now, look, my community knows who I am. They saw where I was at. Look, I will be the first to tell you.
Are we now using the citizens of Minnesota as the vibe check? Well, if people in Minnesota like him, it's not like they gathered on the night of October 7th to wave their Palestinian flags in a stadium together. That's Minnesota, right? When it's Michigan. I apologize. Dearborn, Michigan. But still, same kind of shit. Buckmaster General said, what you do is you pour grenadine on a tampon and throw it at your buddy. That is fucking funny. That is fucking funny. Something said, well, should have just mixed Biden and Kamala lines. Come on, man, stop allowing yourself to be burdened by what has been, and you know the thing. Come on, man. As I said, there you go. There you go. From the citizen himself. But no. Sorry, you don't get that power.
It's who I am. They saw where
Again,
I
like put a 1 in the chat. Put a 1 in the chat if you would vote merely based on what TV viewers told you to do.
To try and learn. Now, look, my community knows who I am. They saw where I was at. Look, I will be the first to tell you, I have poured my heart into my community. I've tried to do the best I can, but I've not been perfect, and I'm a knucklehead at times. But
okay, thanks for that.
It's always been about that. Those same people.
It's always been about that. It's always been about how much of a fucking moron you are. That's what you're saying on the national stage. Hey, at least he's honest, right? TV's honest. This is like, I don't know.
But I've not been perfect, and I'm a knucklehead at times. But it's always been about that. Those same people elected me to Congress.
Doesn't that make them stupid? Why the fuck would I listen to somebody who voted for that? That don't make no sense.
Times, but it's always been about that. Those same people elected me to Congress for 12 years. And in Congress, I was one of the most bipartisan people, working on things like farm bills that we got done, working on veterans benefits. And then the people of
so just strengthening the uniparty. Okay, fair.
Minnesota.
No, I'm being dishonest there, but you know that again, this is what, like, the whole thing of, oh, we've been doing this and this and this and this. Yes, thank you, Any Film. Hey, I got elected to things, so I should be elected to things.
Bingo.
Thank you. Nail on the head. I mean, all right. Well, I was gonna make my drink anyway, but yeah, it's just like the transitive property of, well, this happened and then that happened and then that happened and that happened. Therefore, Trump is bad. It's like, what? How did we get there? Usually what I do is forget to dilute, but this time we getting drunk. It'll get you drunk. All right, so Indie Film. Hey, I got elected to things, so I should be elected to things. That's what he just said. Catherine said he's a knucklehead at times. You mean too stupid to be here? Yup. That's what that means.
Things like farm bills that we got done, working on veterans benefits. And then the people of Minnesota were able to elect me to governor twice. So look, my commitment has been from the beginning.
Twice. So y'all saw what he could do, and then was like, yeah. One more time, please.
To make sure that I'm there for the people, to make sure that I get this right. I will say more than anything. Many times I will talk a lot. I will get caught.
Fucking pardon? What the fuck did you just say?
I will say more than anything. Many times I will talk a lot.
Many times I will say more than anything. Many times I will talk a lot.
What?
What does that mean? What are you trying to say?
That's right. I will say more than anything. Many times I will talk a lot. I will get caught up in the rhetoric. But
oh, so you're just getting caught up in rhetoric. You don't think for yourself, and people say thing, and then you just say the thing, and you get elected to the thing, so you should be elected to the thing. Got it.
Bingo.
Got it. I mean, when people tell you who they are, fucking believe them.
many times I will talk a lot. I will get caught up in the rhetoric. But being there, the impact it made, the difference it made in my life, I learned a lot about China. I hear the critiques of this. I would make the case that Donald Trump should have come on one of those trips with us. I guarantee you he wouldn't be praising Xi Jinping about COVID. And I
Same exact line. You should go to one of Donald Trump's rallies. They leave early.
I guarantee you he wouldn't be praising Xi Jinping about COVID. And I guarantee you.
Why? Again, just the word why. JD, your mic is on. Why? Why is the most powerful fucking word? Is there a more powerful word in the English language than why? Right next to how. How? Why? People do not fucking people do not think to even ask these questions. We're so used to people just saying things. Well, he said it. So, I mean, he said it. So, he said it. Why did he say it? How is that going to work? I didn't ask.
Stupid.
Insane. So, guys, we are crossing over the 2.5 hour mark. If you would like to keep the party raging and, of course, make Morty feel a little bit better. He's in the ER last night. Let's keep the party raging. You know how to do it.
He wouldn't be praising Xi Jinping about COVID. And I guarantee you he wouldn't start a trade war that he ends up losing. So this is about trying to understand the world. It's about trying to do the best.
Oh, you're now trying to understand the world? I mean, I would not say that I understand the world. But if I was running for president or vice president, I would at least pretend that I wasn't just now learning about the world. Maybe somebody who already knows about the world. Maybe that's who should be in the president's ear. Just crazy me. How about you already know? How about you don't learn on the job? I know you guys are all about lowering standards and just putting people in positions because of their skin color and their what's between their legs. But when it comes to America, I personally would prefer to put in somebody who kind of already understands and who's done it before. Yeah, and most Mark said you're constant in questioning things. Are you sure the first wasn't? Are you sure the first word wasn't why? Maybe. Why do you ask?
You can for your community. And then it's putting yourself out there and letting your folks understand what it is. My commitment, whether it be through teaching, which I was good at, or whether it was being a good soldier or was being a good member of Congress.
Good soldier where? And again, like JD, this is we're far enough in. You've given enough decorum. Be like, hey, soldier, where are you a soldier? You were because bro. Can you imagine the fucking balls if JD Vance was like, actually, Tim Wall, I really, I don't mean to interrupt you. I just want to say thank you for your service. Being in combat zones, that is amazing. I know that I've never done that, but for you. Oh, wait, you weren't in okay, just no, my bad. But I mean, like, still good job though. Like, yeah, that's cool. That something along those lines. How did you miss that opportunity?
Be through teaching, which I was good at, or whether it was being a good soldier or was being a good member of Congress. Those are the things that I think are the values that people care about.
Governor, just to follow up on that,
Why do you think they care about that?
the question was, can you explain the
No, just
discrepancy?
all I said on this was I got there that
No, I lied.
summer and misspoke on this. So
I misspoke. That's called lying.
I will just, that's what I've said.
And I will do it again because I say a lot of things and you can't really listen to me. And I'm a liar and I might just misspeak and get confused. I'm still trying to understand the world.
So I was in Hong Kong and China during the democracy protests, went in. And from that, I learned a lot of what needed to be in governance.
Did you though?
Thank you, Governor. Senator Vance, in 2016, you called your running mate, Donald Trump, unfit for the nation's highest office, and you said he could be America's Hitler.
I'm actually glad they're asking this question. Giving him an opportunity to, be very frank about it.
I know you've been asked many times, and you've said you regret those comments and explained you then voted for Donald Trump in 2020. But the Washington Post reported new messages last week in which you also disparaged Trump's economic record while he was president, writing to someone in 2020, quote, Trump thoroughly failed to deliver his economic populism. You're now his running mate, and you've shifted many of your policy stances to align with his. If you become vice president, why should Americans trust that you will give Donald Trump the advice he needs to hear?
Because he's been honest the whole time. When he didn't like him, he said, I don't like him. And then when he learned, he said, hey, I learned. That's why. You just had to ask the man standing next to me about a lie, and he lied on top of the lie. Why should you trust me? Why the fuck should you trust him?
Should Americans trust that you will give Donald Trump the advice he needs to hear and not just the advice he wants to hear? You have 2 minutes.
Well, first of all, Margaret, because I've always been open. And sometimes, of course, I've disagreed with the president, but I've also been extremely open about the fact that I was wrong about Donald Trump. I was wrong, first of all, because I believed some of the media stories that turned out to be dishonest fabrications of his record. But most importantly, Donald Trump delivered for the American people. Rising wages, rising take-home pay, an economy that worked for normal Americans, a secure southern border, a lot of things, frankly, that I didn't think he'd be able to deliver on. And yeah, when you screw up, when you misspeak, when you...
Shout out to Carl's Frosted Tips. Welcome to the parties at Vance. One Twitchy Tim lost. I mean, I really don't know how you see it any other way. Shout out to the Joe Mobley Show over on Rumble. That's rated the stream. I don't really know what that means, but come on through. Welcome to the party. Good to see you. Catherine said misspoke, but trust the experts.
What?
Crazy train. That's all it is. That's all it is. It's just some bullshit after bullshit after bullshit. But it, polish it up a little bit and hope they're too dumb to really figure out what's really going on. Well, things, how dare you admit to changing your mind when your opinion ended up being wrong? Nobody likes it when you learn from your mistakes. Take it back.
How dare you?
You're joking, but this is what they think. Venmo said there's a big thing you can take from someone who didn't endorse Trump, but then can admit that he was wrong about them. Yeah. Oh, like me. That's me. I was never Trumper. I was a Bernie bro, and I was a fucking puppet. And I let CNN tell me that the world was going to end if I did not vote for Hillary Clinton. And I did that. I spent years as a drug addict. And the most shameful thing I've ever done is cast a vote for that horrible woman. Joe Mobley said, just finished my stream. Ren's raid sends, lets my audience co-own. Hey, word up. I am with it. Welcome. Oh my God. Carl's Frosted Tips said, feed my man. Technically, this is your free one, but that's okay. We want him to eat anyway. Thank you, sir. And of course, Morty, very, very, very much appreciated. And hey. Again, guys, these are free chats. I know what's good now. You can't fucking bullshit me. But I love this dog, and I love you guys. Thank you. Let's dive back in.
take-home pay, an economy that worked for normal Americans, a secure southern border, a lot of things, frankly, that I didn't think you'd be able to deliver on. And yeah, when you screw up, when you misspeak, when you get something wrong and you change your mind, you ought to be honest with the American people about it. It's one of the reasons, Margaret, why I've done so many interviews is because I think it's important to actually explain to the American people where I come down on the issues and what changed. Now,
Oh, I missed this. I apologize. Minimos, and we are also proud of Lodge. Oh yeah. Oh me, little old me, little old me.
You pointed out the messages from 2020. Margaret, I've been extremely consistent that I think there were a lot of things that we could have done better in the Trump administration the first round if Congress was doing its job.
Yup. Shout out to Logic Thought Rules. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Said you are one of very few. So many Republicans and independents voting for the left at a record pace. I mean, I'd say it goes the other way too. But that really speaks to the changing of the political landscape. And again, whenever we, obviously this is relevant. Obviously, I meant to do this yesterday, but the dog. But yeah, like this is why we try to, even though we may go back in time and don't necessarily need to cover the most, the most recent thing. The idea is that if we are focusing on understanding where the political landscape lies over here and 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 over here, and like, okay, just keeping mental notes, and maybe you can't necessarily pinpoint everything and be able to regurgitate everything that was said in this debate, but you have the general idea of what happened in your mind. And then when something changes, when JD Vance says something wild, or when Tim Walz says something stupid, then you're able to be okay, you can plug that in to what you already know. So that's also what Vance was talking about, that is legitimate versus Republicans in trying to hammer things through Congress, and they simply won't because they hate Trump and had the majority. Yep. So I know plenty of Dems and former Dems who are going right. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. But on the other side, people just hate Trump. And that's, again, why I think it is really best for America if Trump wins, even if the only thing about it is that we get the notion of a Trump presidency off the table. And then everybody is like, hey, okay, clearly it wasn't some cult about this guy, because he's over there now. But they're all kind of saying the same thing. So what do we do with that? I don't really know. Oh my goodness. Holy moly. We got to give a double for that. Shout out to Unwanted Foe coming through for the Overlord. We give him one right there. And one more. Thank you so very, very much. I would, if he was, at his, if he was 100%, I would give him the peanut butter, but he definitely needs to rest. But you remind me, and we will definitely get him his peanut butter. Thank you. Of course, that makes you the new sponsor of the stream. Thank you so much. Everybody put unwanted in the chat, or at least like the goddamn super chat, because guess what? The party rages on.
2020. Margaret, I've been extremely consistent that I think there were a lot of things that we could have done better in the Trump administration the first round if Congress was doing its job. I strongly believe, and I've been a United States Senator, that Congress is not just a high-class debating society. It's not just a forum for senators and congressmen to whine about problems. It's a forum to govern. So
they don't, I mean, like, they're not even going there. It's certainly not a debate forum. They're not debating.
There were a lot of things on the border, on tariffs, for example, where I think that we could have done so much more if the Republican Congress and the Democrats in Congress had been a little bit better about how they govern the country. They were so obsessed with impeaching Donald Trump, they couldn't actually govern. And I want to talk about this tariff issue in particular, Margaret, because Tim just accused this of being a national sales tax. Look, the one thing, and you're probably surprised to hear me praising Joe Biden, but the one thing that Joe Biden did is he continued some of the Trump tariffs that protected American manufacturing jobs. And it's
he just didn't know they were there. He would have raked them out, but he was just like, oh.
one issue, the most pro-worker part of the Biden administration. It's the one issue where Kamala Harris has run away from Joe Biden's record. Think about this. If you're trying to employ slave laborers in China at $3 a day, you're going to do that and undercut the wages of American workers unless our country stands up for itself and says, you're not accessing our markets unless you're paying middle-class Americans a fair wage.
But I thought that lower prices is a good thing. I want a cheaper iPhone. Like, okay, fair. But then get off your high horse.
Senator, your time is up. Nora?
Why do they keep saying that after they stop talking? Like, you don't have to say that. I feel, again, like it's a little bit of a power trip. Like, I'm the one who did. He stopped talking already.
Thank you. Now to the issue of reproductive rights. Governor Walz, after
All right, let's go. Reproductive rights. Shout out to Unwanted Foe. We would not even be getting this deep because I would have ended it right there. Right in the nick of time. Let's party.
Wade was overturned. You signed a bill into law that made Minnesota one of the least restrictive states in the nation when it comes to abortion. Former President Trump said in the last debate that you believe abortion, quote, in the 9th month is absolutely fine. Yes or no? Is that what you support? I'll give you 2 minutes.
That's not what the bill says, but
that wasn't the question, sir. Is it what you support?
look, this issue is what's on everyone's mind.
No, it's not. It's only on our, people like you, but the rest of us are, concerned about the economy, immigration, money being spent elsewhere. You've trained a lot of people to have this issue on their mind. That's not the same thing.
But look, this issue is what's on everyone's mind. Donald Trump put this all into motion. He brags about how great it was that he put the judges in and overturned Roe versus Wade, 52 years of personal autonomy. And then he tells us, send it to the states. It's a beautiful thing. Amanda Zaworski would disagree with you on it's a beautiful thing. A young bride in Texas waiting for their child at 18 weeks. She has a complication, a tear in the membrane.
So the question was, do you support 9-month abortions?
She needs to go in. The medical care at that point needs to be decided by the doctor. And that would have been an abortion. But in Texas, that would have put them in legal jeopardy. She went home, got sepsis, nearly dies, and now she may have difficulty having children. Or in Kentucky.
So I'm pretty sure the story that he's talking about was not an abortion thing. It was a complication from the abortion pill. Fact check me on that. I do not know for sure, but either what he talked about or what he's about to talk about, one of the stories, Dave Smith was it Dave Smith or Tim? Either the Timcast crew or Dave Smith and Robbie Bernstein. Either way, according to them, that was a abortion pill thing, not anything to do with like going to Planned Parenthood and getting the procedure.
Nearly dies, and now she may have difficulty having children. Or in Kentucky, Hadley Duvall, a 12-year-old child, raped and impregnated by her stepfather. Those are horrific. Now, when God
agreed, that's why. Agreed. That's why. 90% of us, 85% of us are like, that's an exception to the rule. To the rule and the exception to the rule. Like there's the rule, and then this is an exemption to the rule that you don't kill babies. That's really all we're talking about. Shout out to Bid Mose Mark. Thank you so much for coming through, brother. You have a good one. Wanted foes. So people can barely afford groceries, but damn, if abortion is far more important. Somehow, they've done this. They have achieved this state of mind in the same people who can barely afford groceries. I don't know. Buckmaster General said she's worried about having children after she took the abortion pill.
impregnated by her stepfather. Those are horrific. Now, when God asked about that, Senator Vance said 2 wrongs don't make a right. There is no right.
True. 2 wrongs don't make a right. And if somebody were in the position of saying, well, that's really bad, but human life is human life, then I don't necessarily agree on the solution, but I absolutely agree on the circumstance. That is a person. Killing a person is wrong. Are paying your daughter, stepdaughter, whatever the fuck it was, is wrong. 2 wrongs don't make it right. So again, where's JDB? Like, wait, Do you agree that two wrong, or do you disagree? Do two wrongs make it right? Or what are we talking about here?
Now, when God asked about that, Senator Vance said two wrongs don't make a right. There is no right in this. So in Minnesota, what we did was
and America
restore
and in the entire West. So, I mean, you can call it what you want, but maybe there's not necessarily a particular ritual, but I see it as child sacrifice. And again, I'm miss me with the fucking religious bullshit, because I probably hate religion more than you do, whoever you are.
is no right in this. So in Minnesota, what we did was restore Roe versus Wade. We made sure that we put women in charge of their health care. But look, this is not where, if you don't know Amanda or a Hadley, you soon will. Their Project 2025.
And again, if you don't know a Jazz Jennings or a, I wish I had a D-transer's name off the top of my head, you will soon. It's almost like you didn't earn this moral high ground, sir.
No, Amanda.
Did he? And wait, did I just see in the captions he's bringing up 2025, Project 2025? Triggered. I am triggered. One of us said women aren't in control of their healthcare without abortion. He's talking about the talking points. They believe it correct. If I can't murder a baby, then the government is in my womb. I need to have this and that and whatever. Otherwise, it's in my room. Well, we did get somebody on Kick. Shout out to Jagan Mulfa. Oh, such kind words. Just kind words. Well, if you really, really want to be friends that bad, I just dropped the link to the Discord server, and you'll find me in there 24/7. It is absolutely free to join, and something tells me you're not going to join. Crazy.
Women in charge of their health care. But look, this is not where, if you don't know Amanda or a Hadley, you soon will.
And again, I will just state, if you don't know a detransitioner, if you don't know someone who self-deleted because they went down this road of transing themselves, you soon will.
Their Project
You can play that
2025
game.
is going to have a registry.
Who's Project 2025? The one that Donald Trump has already said that I have no plans of even reading it? Okay. Just not going to fact check that? All right.
You soon will. Their Project 2025 is going to have a registry of pregnancies. It's going to make it more difficult, if not impossible, to get contraception and limit access, if not eliminate access to infertility treatments. For so many of you out there listening, me included, infertility treatments are why I have a child. And
so, like, infertility, you mean like IVF, like the specific thing that Donald Trump has recently stated that he's a very, very big proponent of? That thing? Is that okay?
It's nobody else's business, but those things are being proposed. And the catch-all on this is, well, the states will decide what's right for Texas might not be right for Washington. That's not how this works. This is basic human right. We have seen maternal mortality skyrocket in Texas, outpacing many other countries in the world.
Okay, due to what? Due to the inability to get abortion? We gonna chat GPT. All right, so what did he say? He said, that's not what I wanted to do. Nobody saw that. Oh, hey, whoa. So he said
mortality skyrocket in Texas.
Okay, maternal. So how has maternal mortality skyrocketed? I'm gonna put that in actual. Oh, I'm sorry. Where are we? Where? Skyrocketed as Governor Tim Walz stated in the vice presidential debate. And is it connected to abortion treatments? Put a 1 in the chat if you think it's going to be completely unrelated to abortion. Put a 2 in the chat I don't even know where to go with that. All right. Well, Tim Walz's statement about maternal mortality skyrocketing is partly based on data showing a significant increase in maternal deaths in states like Texas, which implemented stricter abortion laws between 2019 and 22. So it went from 56. Wait, what? Between the mortality rate. Oh, it rose by 56%, far exceeding the increase, the national average. So, okay, even nationally, we had an 11% increase. Okay, this rise occurred after the state enacted severe abortion restrictions, suggesting a potential connection between reduced access to abortion and increased maternal health risks. All right, fair enough. The broader issue is that without access to safe abortion services, women may be forced to continue high-risk pregnancies or face delays in receiving necessary medical care. And let's see what we got there. Let's try. So how what was the rate of increase of maternal, what the fuck is it called? Maternal mortality. Idiot. What was the rate of increase of maternal mortality in circumstances where abortion was help me out. What am I trying to say? Because I'm trying to get like, okay, so Texas had a 56% increase since 2019, and the national average is 11. And so Tim Walz is trying to say that is because they couldn't have abortions, and they were medically necessary, and they died because they didn't get their health care. So I'm trying to ask, what was the rate of increase where abortion, what was the rate of increase maternal in circumstances where abortion was or would have been there we go would have been legal before the overturning of Roe v. Wade? Was a rate of increase in maternal mortality in circumstances where abortion would have been legal, but then became illegal. That's what we want to answer. That, and again, this is what this kind of fucking channel is about, guys. Being able to find the information that you need to find by asking the right questions. Because you hear him say, well, and then we look it up and it's like, wow, it's 5 times higher in Texas than it was in any other state. And maybe, I believe nothing except that anything is possible. Maybe all of these people needed abortions and they weren't allowed because of these evil laws. Maybe. But we don't find out. Shout out to M169. Welcome to the party. Good to see you. Said, I don't think the increases are better than knowing the actual numbers. You could go from 1 to 2, and you could have doubled your numbers. Okay, so we'll go and raw numbers as well. Also, I'm pretty sure no state actually blocks medical. I don't think so either. So the question was, what was the rate of increase of maternal mortality in circumstances where abortion would have been legal before the overturning of Roe v. Wade, but then became illegal? So, maternal shit. I should have said. Is this still on Texas? I meant specifically for Texas. God damn it. That better be smart enough to fucking figure out. Okay, in Texas, compared to 11, right? Okay, the correlation between abortion ban and maternal is clear, as healthcare providers face legal uncertainties and delays in delivering care for fear of prosecution. These circumstances. So okay, so we have to ask about prosecution. The circumstances when worsen health again. Such delays in turn have led to increase in. So. What is the prosecution that doctors are worried about? Texas, doctors are concerned about the legal consequences of providing abortions, even in cases where where the patient's life or health is at risk. The law is vague about what qualifies as a life-threatening condition or a substantial impairment of major bodily function, which leaves doctors unsure of when abortion is legally permissible. If doctors found to have violated the law, they could face severe penalties, including arrest and life imprisonment. I mean, it would be murder. So I don't necessarily have a problem with this. So what factors do the doctors consider in Texas when making this decision? And then we'll add some. I'm trying to determine how relevant this worry actually is in the grand scheme of the issue. All right, so doctors in Texas face complex legal complications due to the vague wording of the laws. They must evaluate whether the patient's condition poses a risk of death or could cause, quote, substantial impairment of major bodily function, a term not clearly defined. If delaying the procedure, so whether they comply. So theoretically, this would be a non-issue if the language of the law was more clear on what constitutes allowing an abortion. Yes, primarily the issue is ambiguity. So it's not something that is unsolvable. It's not, oh no, we have a vague law, therefore we must kill children. No, we have a vague law, so we need to be more specific. That's it. That's it. We just need to be more specific. We all agree that if a bitch about to die, we don't want her to have to die. Nobody is saying, bitch, you gotta die. Nobody is saying that. And this is why the rhetoric is so strong. Let's go back and listen to what he actually said.
Option of pregnancy care. Now, doctor, she needs to go in. The medical care at that point needs to be decided by the doctor. And that would have been an abortion. But in Texas, that would have put them in legal jeopardy.
Okay, so you know how you're a governor? You know how you're running with the vice president? Why, since Roe v. Wade has already been overturned, there's no going back to that. So why would you, if you care so much about this, why would you not be focusing on clearing up the language? Because we all agree that if she's going to die, we want to be able to prioritize the mother's life, or at least the majority of us. So that's not the disagreement. The disagreement is just, where is that line? Just exactly like it's been the entire time. Insane. Yeah, there isn't. So, and film said, also pretty sure no states actually block medical necessary procedures. The problem is what is determined by medically necessary, and that's a fair point. That's absolutely a fair point. But all that leads to is, oh, okay, we need to have more specifics on what to look for and what crosses the threshold. Sorry. It's not a light decision. So MS69 confirms that there isn't. I did a similar search, and no state restricts medical care to any woman who has a miscarriage. I wanted to post, and I found the numbers. It went from 18. To 18.3 to 28.5 deaths per 100,000. I'm bad at math. Is that not like 0.1%? Good call. Good call on finding the numbers. That is wild. And I mean, it's not 1% because it went. This is Texas or this is nationwide? Because they did say it was 56%, a raise of 56%. So if it's 56%, how many people? And okay, so how many people live in Texas? I think Google will be able to do this. What is the population of Texas? 30 million. So 100,000 of 30 million, we're talking about 100. So yeah, we're talking about 183 versus 1,000 to 2,000. So basically, yeah, it's doubled, but a couple thousand more people. This is not a huge issue. This is not. This is not. This is not something that is affecting the average person. 0.0, we'll round up 0.03% of the population. Yeah. You know, they gave us that increase, but that's why Unwanted Poe was saying, look at the raw numbers because it could go from 1 to 2. That's 100% increase. Just like the scene in The Office. I doubled my sales from what? 1 to 2? Yup. Good job. Good job. All right, now let's hear all this fucking bullshit.
She went home, got sepsis, nearly dies, and now she may have difficulty having children. Or in Kentucky, Hadley Duvall, a 12-year-old child, raped and impregnated by her stepfather. Those are horrific. Now, when God asked about that, Senator Vance said 2 wrongs don't make a right. There is no right in this.
What do you mean there is no right? Right, because there's already been a wrong. That's the whole premise of the saying, that there's been a wrong, and adding another wrong to it is not going to make it right. You understand that, right?
So in Minnesota, what we did was restore Roe versus Wade. We made sure that we put women in charge of their health care. But look, this is not where, if you don't...
I have been on record, and I will continue to say that I think that despite the legality of Roe v. Wade going back to the states being the right thing, that speaking as a human and about humanity, I think that Roe v. Wade was the best we were ever going to get. But
put women in charge of their health care. But look, this is not where, if you don't...
We know everything goes well when women are in charge.
No, Amanda or a Hadley, you soon will.
You know,
Project 2025 is going to have a registry of pregnancies. It's going to make it more difficult, if not impossible, to get contraception and limit access, if not eliminate access to infertility treatments. For so many of you out there listening, me included, infertility treatments are why I have a child. That's nobody else's business, but those things are being proposed. And the catch-all on this is, well, the states will decide what's right for Texas might not be right for Washington.
Isn't that the argument that you made before about whatever whatever the last issue was? Come on, man. So I said the situation I outlined would not obstruct a woman from getting care. So it's all bullshit. So I'd be curious if they recently changed their methods of counting these deaths to use it as a political cudgel. I mean, I would be more surprised if they didn't. I mean, the same the same reason that they count child deaths as 1 year old to 19 years old, so that they can use it as a gun thing. But trust the experts.
That's not how this works. This is basic human right.
You know how it works, do you, Tim?
We have seen maternal mortality skyrocket in Texas, outpacing many other countries in the world.
Why?
This is about healthcare. In Minnesota, we are ranked first in healthcare for a reason. We trust women.
Why?
We trust doctors.
Senator, do you want to respond to the governor's claim? Will you create a federal pregnancy monitoring agency?
No, Nora, certainly we won't. And I want to talk about this issue.
There you go. No, of course we're not. This is silly. What are we talking about? Not the defensive. No, we would never do that. That's the kind of answer Tim Walz would give.
Because I know a lot of Americans care about it, and I know a lot of Americans don't agree with everything that I've ever said on this topic. And
Defoe adds, they also did mention that from 21 and 22, the number per 100,000 went from 43.9 down So just like how crime is down from the peak, You can't make this shit up. So, Carl, I think that answers your question, at least sort of, right? From 2021 to 2022, the number per 100,000 went from 43.9 down to 28.5 per 29, let's call it 30%. But this is the number one issue for so many people. I don't have anything else to say about that. I don't know. What do you do? And yeah, I mean, to be fair, I think that it is probably a smart move to tie Project 25 to Trump in this context. Because again, we're not going for being the most honest. We're not going for being the most articulate with the actual how of policies. Sound bites and vibes. That's politicking. I mean, it pisses me off too, but it's not because he's an idiot. It's because he knows what he's doing, at least in some respect.
About it. And I know a lot of Americans don't agree with everything that I've ever said on this topic. And, you know, I grew up in a working class family in a neighborhood where I knew
I can never hear that sentence again without thinking of Kamala.
a lot of young women who had unplanned pregnancies and decided to terminate those pregnancies because they feel like they didn't have any other options. And, you know, I one of them is actually very dear to me. And I know she's watching tonight, and I love you. And she told me something a couple years ago that she felt like if she hadn't had that abortion, that it would have destroyed her life because she was in an abusive relationship. And
exactly, in the film. Exactly. That's why I'm not at all gonna fault Walz for using that. It is the game.
I think that what I take from that as a Republican who proudly wants to protect innocent life in this country, who proudly wants to protect the vulnerable, is that my party, we've got to do so much better of a job at earning the American people's trust back on this issue where they frankly just don't trust us. And I think that's one of the things that Donald Trump and I are endeavoring to do. I want us as a Republican Party to be pro-family in the fullest sense of the word. I want us to support fertility treatments. I want us to make it easier for moms to afford to have babies. I want it to make it easier for young families to afford a home so they can afford a place to raise that family. And I think there's so much that we can do on the public policy front just to give women more options. Now, of course, Donald Trump has been very clear that on the abortion.
Can you drop that link in this chat, in the YouTube chat, please? Thank you.
Policy specifically, that we have a big country and it's diverse. And California has a different viewpoint on this than Georgia. Georgia has a different viewpoint from Arizona, and the proper way to handle.
I cannot help but think that he's like using the phraseology that Kamala does, and kind of like a low-key jab. I think I'm just looking too into it, but yes, Unwanted Foe did drop the link. A dramatic rise in pregnant women dying after in Texas after abortion ban, which is a lie. Yeah, but that is the source right there.
Than Georgia. Georgia has a different viewpoint from Arizona, and the proper way to handle this, as messy as democracy sometimes is to let voters make these decisions, let the individual states make their abortion policy. And I think that's what makes the most sense in a very big, a very diverse, and let's be honest, sometimes a very, very messy and divided country.
Governor, would you like to respond and also answer the question about restrictions?
Yeah, well, the question got asked, and Donald Trump made the accusation that wasn't true about Minnesota. Well, let me tell you about
what? See, that is the equivalent. What he just said is the equivalent of if you guys are like, put a chat that says that's not what you said yesterday or something. If you just put in the chat, that's not what you said yesterday, I'd be like, bro, what did I say yesterday? I don't fucking know. What are you talking about? That's what Tim Walz just did.
Respond and also answer the question about restrictions.
Yeah, well, the question got asked, and Donald Trump.
So they're being reminded of the question because the question was not answered. So now you're referring to the question without talking about what's in the question.
Made the accusation that wasn't true about Minnesota. Well,
what accusation? Now all I have is, Donald Trump accused Minnesota about something.
Let me tell you about this idea that there's diverse states. There's a young woman named Amber Thurman. She happened to be in Georgia, a
Did we not already do this?
restrictive state. Because of that, she had to travel a long distance to North
This was the one. This was the one that was the abortion pill.
Carolina to try and get her care. Amber Thurman died in that journey back and forth.
Thurman. I'm pretty sure. Amber Thurman. Boom. Ooh, we got a video.
When people say that Donald Trump's economic plan doesn't make sense, I say, look at the record. He delivered rising take-home pay for American workers.
Kamala Harris has said to do the things she wants to do. We'll just ask the wealthiest.
Okay, and they're just doing that part. Okay, so Pro Bowls of the shocking to the. I don't want this fucking bullshit on this. I want the original story. This isn't what I want. Let's go. Haha. Kamala Harris uses debunked abortion story to attack rally. So let's see. Do we got sound here?
In prison
Oh Jesus!
for providing Amber the care she needed.
Where's the fucking button?
Understand what a law like this means. Doctors have to wait until the patient is at death's door before they take action, you know?
There we go. Jesus Christ.
Okay, well, as you can see, we have a brown bear here. We were hiking through some pretty thick.
Oh, this is a different video. That was the whole thing? Okay. Yeah. Okay. All right. Fine. So, Kamala said debunked report Friday. What is this? Moral force. Power taking millions. Okay. To blame foreign person Donald Trump for the death of a Georgia woman following a medically induced abortion. Despite experts saying experts saying Dr. Error was to blame rather than peach state restrictions on the procedure. Harris, 59, just throwing that out there, spoke at length during an Atlanta rally because, she ain't any straights about the August 22 death of Amber Nicole Thurman, 28, who suffered a fatal infection after taking abortion pills that did not expect all the fetal tissue from her body. Left-wing outlet ProPublica, that was the thing that was here, published a story detailing Thurman's case on Monday. What is this? Oh, wow. All right, this is what I want to read. Well, wait, let's see. Let's just go. Let's finish what we got here. Oh, okay. Headline: Bushman's deleted. Yeah, whatever. Democratic presidential nominee claimed repeatedly Friday that Thurman had died because of Georgia's so-called heartbeat law, which went into effect after Roe v. Wade. You see, under the Trump abortion ban, Thurman's doctors could have faced up to a decade in prison for providing Amber the care she needed, said Harris, who at one point led the crowd in repeating Thurman's name. Understand what like this mean, okay? Doctors have to wait until the patient's at death's door before they take action. Do they know? But others have pointed out that under Georgia law, doctors were not forbidden from operating on Thurman to remove the tissue. The law prohibits elective abortions on children who have, quote, detectable human heartbeat and allows the procedure if the doctor determines the mother's life is at risk or if the fetus is deemed unviable due to a serious medical condition. The definition of abortion, blah, 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 blah. Okay, so, there is not a, it's not nothing. It absolutely is a case where, we weren't sure what was going on, or they weren't sure what was going on, and they, quote unquote, made the wrong decision. But listen to the article, 20-minute article. But I just want to see what kind of care. I did not see all you guys jumping in the fucking chat here. I apologize. Shout out to Ed's Funhouse. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the party. So women screaming about abortion rights are fat, ugly chicks nobody will bang anyway. Hell yeah. Was it an AO? What? This was the DR post. Maybe you're talking about something else. I don't know. But welcome to the party. Yep. We also got the White Power Ranger. Welcome. All right, let's just read a little bit of this. What does it say? In her final hours, Amber Nicole Merriman suffered from a grave infection that her suburban Atlanta hospital was well equipped to treat. She'd taken abortion pills and encountered a rare complication. She had not expelled all the fetal tissue from her body, but just that summer, her state had made performing procedure a felony, with few exceptions. Any doctor who violated the new Georgia law could be prosecuted and face up to a decade in prison. Oh, so you mean if you didn't need the abortion and you did the abortion. Shout out to the White Power Ranger. He is doing much better. Oh, we going to the bag. You guys clean me out. He is doing well. Thank you. It was a tough couple of days. Oh, but he's still coming off the medication, but he is back in action. Thank you. So very, very much, sir. Carl said gay men too. Gay men are big fans of abortion when they are not purchasing the baby. Yup. Yeah, Trump's fault. They're that rare infection. Musnine said, you think a doctor in that situation would provide the care and damn the consequences. Yeah. Yeah. Makes sense. I mean, I get it. Like, you don't know this bitch. I get it. I'm like, I'm not going to jail for this bitch. But at the same time, you took an oath. Shout out to Elwi Rono. Sorry if I'm mispronouncing that. Said blacks for Trump away over 2024. Let's go. Dilly to that. Hell yeah. Welcome. All right, let's dive back in here. So we all know that that's bullshit.
Amber Thurman died in that journey back and forth. The fact of the matter is, how can we as a nation say that your life and your rights, as basic as the right to control your own body, is determined on
Where were you at with vaccine mandates, Timmy?
geography? There's a very real chance, had Amber Thurman lived in Minnesota, she would be alive today. That's why
her baby wouldn't.
The restoration of Roe versus Wade. When you listen to Vice President Harris talk about this subject and you hear me talk about it, you hear us talking exactly the same. Donald Trump is trying to figure out how to get the political right of this. I agree with a lot of what Senator Vance said about what's happening. His running.
Okay, well, Trump agrees with a lot of what Vance said, and rather the other way around, that Vance is really just there to support what Trump is saying. So if you agree with JD Vance, then you really need to pinpoint the difference between the two of them and not just, well, he tweets more and he's bombastic. What is the substantive difference between what it is that JD Vance wants for this country and what Trump wants for this country? Because so far, all I've heard is that, yeah, all this stuff about Trump being evil, if it comes out of somebody else's mouth, it's actually not that bad.
Mate, though, does not. And that's the problem.
Governor, your time is up. Senator, let me ask you about that. He mentioned, I think, referring to a national ban. In the past, you have supported a federal ban on abortion after 15 weeks. In fact, you said if someone can't support legislation like that, quote, you are making the United States the most barbaric pro-abortion regime anywhere in the entire world. My question is, why have you changed your position?
Well, Nora, first of all, I never supported a national ban. I did when I was running for Senate in 2022, talk about setting some minimum national standard. For example, we have a partial birth abortion ban in place in this country at the federal level. I don't think anybody's trying to get rid of that, or at least I hope not, though I know that Democrats have taken a very radical pro-abortion stance. But Nora, one of the things that changed is in the state of Ohio, we had a referendum in 2023, and the people of Ohio voted overwhelmingly, by the way, against my position. And I think that what I learned from that, Nora, is that we've got to do a better job at winning back people's trust. So many young women would love to have families. So many young women
Yup.
also see an unplanned pregnancy as something that's going to destroy their livelihood, destroy their education, destroy their relationships. And we have got to
you
earn
guys can't
people's
see.
trust back. And that's why Donald Trump and I are committed to pursuing pro-family policies, making childcare more
That's what they
accessible,
pay me.
making fertility treatments more accessible, because we've got to do a better job at that. And that's what real leadership is.
Governor, your response.
I mean, Carl's going, and Kamala doesn't need Roe v. Wade. She has dug him up to make sure she miscarries. Oh, no.
I'm going to respond on the pro-abortion piece of that. No, we're not. We're pro-women. We're pro-freedom to make your own choice.
Well, how about you, instead of being pro-women, how about you're pro-children? That's a little bit more honorable, sir. Because bitches be bitches, but children are children. So, still lose.
No, we're not. We're pro-women. We're pro-freedom to make your own choice. We know what
Unless you're, like, a baby.
the implications are to not be that. Women having miscarriages, women not getting the care, physicians feeling like they may be prosecuted for providing that care. And as far as making sure that we're educating our children and giving them options, Minnesota's a state with one of the lowest teen pregnancy rates. We understand that too. We know that the options need to be available, and we make that true. We also make it, we're a top 3 state for the best place to raise children. But these two things to try and say that we're pro-children, but we don't like this, or you guys are pro-abortion.
I will say he's navigating this well. He is navigating this well. The people that he's speaking to is not us. He's speaking to the people who are like, damn, JD Vance just said a good thing. Like, can you top that or no? Because that sounded good. So that's who he's speaking to. Yeah, well, it's a teen pregnancy because they delete it.
That's not the case at all. We are pro-freedoms for women to make their choices, and we're going, and Kamala Harris is making the case.
Is this where JD's gonna jump in?
To make options for children more affordable, a $6,000 child tax credit, but we're not going to base that on the backs of making someone like Amber Thurman drive 600 miles to try and get health care.
Senator?
May I respond to that? First of all, Governor, I agree with you. Amber Thurman should still be alive, and there are a lot of people who should still be alive, and I certainly wish that she was. And maybe
she should have taken those abortion pills.
You're free to disagree.
Or if she shouldn't have. Respect for the dead. But you know.
Agree with me on this and explain this to me. But as I read the Minnesota law that you signed into law, the statute that you signed into law, it says that a doctor who presides over an abortion where the baby survives.
How are you shaking your head already? He didn't say the thing yet. He didn't say the thing yet. Like, look, he's.
As I read the Minnesota law that you signed into law, the statute that you signed into law, it says that a doctor who presides over an abortion.
So it doesn't say a doctor. It doesn't say a doctor. So if we were to pull that up, it would not say a doctor in that entire document. Okay.
And where the baby survives, the doctor is under no obligation to provide life-saving care to a baby who survives a botched late-term abortion. That is, I think, whether you're pro-choice or pro-abortion, that is fundamentally barbaric. And that's why I use that word, Nora, is because some of what we've seen, do you want to force Catholic hospitals to perform abortions against their will? Because Kamala Harris has supported suing Catholic nuns to violate their freedom of conscience.
Wow. I did not know that. As a stark atheist, I would never be in favor of that.
We can be a big and diverse country where we respect people's freedom of conscience and make the country more pro-baby and pro-family. But please.
Yes, Governor, please respond.
Look, this is one where there's always something there. This is a very simple proposition. These are women's decisions to make about their healthcare decisions.
No, sir, they're not. That is scientifically inaccurate. Maybe in your day, we didn't know about DNA. Maybe when you were a young buck, we didn't know about that stuff. But in 2025, we understand this thing called DNA and running it raw. That's all it's about. Bitches want to get raw dogged. That's it. Tell me it's a different problem than bitches want to be raw dogged. Of course, dudes want to raw dog. Like, that's the natural order of things. We could not have this problem without a bunch of bitches wanting to get raw dogged with no intention of raising a baby. Am I wrong?
And the physicians who know best when they need to do this, trying to distort.
Well, except with the girl that you're talking about, right? Because that was deemed his fault.
The way a law is written to try and make a point, that's not it at all.
What was I wrong about, Governor? Please tell me, what was I
There
wrong about?
you go. Thank you. Finally, welcome to the fucking debate, JD Vance. Doing the damn thing well, but this is a debate after all. Ineffable said, I believe that that Amber Thurman was carrying twins. You believe this, or what do you mean you believe that she was wearing? Was she carrying twins, or was she not carrying twins, or what makes you believe that she was carrying twins? This is an odd way to phrase this. Context said, I wonder what the amount of abortions would be compared to child gun deaths in a year. Not quite as many. Well, certainly, if they actually, you know, again, we're talking about the efficacy of the language in the laws. If they counted children who otherwise would have been born if not for elective abortion, it already would be the number one cause. It already would be the number one cause. 50? I always mix this up. I always mix up whether it is nationally or just in New York City. Either way, it is a horrifying statistic that 50%, half of all black babies conceived in whether it's New York or the country. I want to say New York City but half are just yeeted. But I wonder why there's a problem. I wonder why people care about this.
Not the way the law is written. Look, I've given
But
this,
how?
I've given this advice.
Let's back that up.
To distort the way a law is written to try and make a point. That's not it at all.
What was I wrong about, Governor? Please tell me, what was
Yeah, so he said, oh, you're trying to distort the law. Okay, what was that? What did I distort?
that is not the way the law is written. Look,
Okay, so then how is the law written?
I've given
But
this,
how?
I've given this advice on a lot of things that getting involved, getting against. That's been
And so this is where, as much as a little shit he is, Destiny is very good. Destiny, we're like, oh, okay, so not wrong? Because he's trying to move on. Oh, so you lied about that. That's exactly what I would have said.
point. That's not it at
What
all.
was I wrong about, Governor? Please tell me, what was I wrong
That is
about?
not the
Perfect.
way the law is written. Look,
Okay, so how is it written? And then if he doesn't answer,
But how? I've given this advice on.
it's okay, I don't care what advice you've given. I asked you. The question was, what was I wrong about? And again, the format of the debate is to leave the mics on for these types of interactions. So this isn't like the other one where you're not supposed to talk on just your turn. Hammer him. You are on the side that is perceived as the bully, which I get that you're trying to kind of ease back. But you have to know when it's actually time to be like, nah, fuck you, I'm going in. Wilson, I think I heard that she was carrying twins, but it could be confused with different cases. Fair enough. Vo said this is where Tim tells us how he grew up in a middle-class family. Oh, wait, wrong script.
On a lot of things that getting
Well, I mean, not really.
involved, getting against. That's been misread, and it was fact-checked at the last debate.
And again, right there. Okay, so what did I get wrong?
But the point on this is there's a continuation of these guys to try and tell women or to get involved.
These guys. Who are these guys? This is what I'm fucking talking about. When you're in these situations, it's not about what you want to say. It's about how you are perceived. And once you are perceived in a positive light, then people will listen to you articulate your points. This is why I get frustrated let's say I got frustrated. Actually, like I've fucking been doing this forever, but this is why I got frustrated with all the other debates and talks and high level political things. Like, oh, I want them to talk about policy.
Stupid.
Why the fuck would they talk about policy? Does your neighbor care about the specifics of their policy, or do they just care what's going on? You care but you already know. So they're not talking to you. They're not talking to you. This isn't for you. This is for you. This is not for you.
I use this line on this. Just mind your own business.
You use a line, do you? Okay. Somebody explain to me why using a line is worse than creating a story. Go ahead. Go ahead.
To try and tell women or to get involved. I use this line on this. Just mind your own business on this. Things.
I'm sorry, but I believe that the murder of children is my business. No? I shouldn't be, you're not worried about children being murdered. Okay. All right. Guamtag said 2,566 gun deaths in 1 to 17-year-olds versus 1 million. So the number one cause, as I suggested, of children is by far abortion. Okay. Okay. I'm going to use that line. Yeah, well, I mean, it's a good way to act like you're high and mighty when letting the other person know, oh, okay, you have nothing left to say here. You have ran out of lines to use. One of those that you're thinking too much into this. Tim believes what can be unburdened by what has been. You're right, man. You're right, man. Fuck Trump. Kamala all the
Things
way.
worked best when Roe versus Wade was in place. When we do a restoration of Roe, that works best. That doesn't preclude us from increasing funding for children. It doesn't increase us from making sure that once that child's born, like in Minnesota, they get meals, they get early childhood education, they get health care. So the hiding behind we're going to do all these other things when you're not proposing them in your budget, Kamala Harris is proposing them. She's proposing all those things to make life easier.
Then do it. Then do it. What is she waiting for?
Families.
I asked a specific question, Governor. You gave me a slogan as a response.
It's not the case. It's not true.
Yes.
That's not what the law.
There you go. There you go. Get into the fucking argument. Let's
It's a specific
go.
question, Governor. You gave me a slogan as a response.
It's not the case. It's not true. That's not what the law says. So they fact checked it with
Okay, so what does the law say?
President Trump.
Gentlemen, there's a lot to discuss. We have to move on, and we're going to be right back with much more of the CBS News vice presidential debate in just a moment.
Come on, baby. Really? Jesus Christ. Look at that timing.
Welcome back to the CBS News vice presidential debate. We want to turn now to
I will say that this is absolutely the best audit of what the political parties are offering. This is by far the most substantive thing that we've seen. Not super substantive at all, but comparatively, it's a lot better than this. Context said, I'll flip the script. To be unburdened by what has been means to stop asking for reparations. I said dilly to that. Oh, you're unburdened by what has been, right? So you're good.
America's gun violence epidemic. The leading cause of death for children and teens in America is by firearms.
Oops! Oopsies! Whoops! Oops! Is it It's not.
Cause of death for children and teens in America is by firearms. Senator Vance, you oppose most gun legislation that Democrats claim would curb gun violence. You oppose red flag gun laws.
Well, so any film says Ruth Bader Ginsburg thought that Roe v. Wade was the wrong case to settle the abortion issue and wished that the government had stayed out of it.
Stupid.
The government did stay out of it, and it was great for 50 years. Not great, but it was standard. It was what it was for 50 years. There was a compromise between two groups that had a zero-sum position on a particular instance. And this old fucking bitch thinks that she knows everything about everything, that not only did she not foresee Donald Trump being in a position to put 3 conservative justices and didn't step down. I mean, I honestly, like, all right, well, it sucks. It sucks, you stupid dead bitch.
And the Democrats claim would curb gun.
That was mean. I apologize. I apologize to Ruth Bader Ginsburg, who I do not believe has any way of understanding this, but respect for the dead.
Violence. You oppose most gun legislation that Democrats claim would curb gun violence. You oppose red flag gun laws and legislation to ban certain semi-automatic rifles, including AR-15s.
Correct. In line with the Constitution.
So let me ask you, earlier this year, for the first time, the parents of a school shooter were convicted of involuntary manslaughter and sentenced to 10 years in prison. Do you think holding parents responsible could curb mass shootings? I'll give you 2 minutes.
I would hope that the answer is no. However, I definitely think that if you as a parent are being irresponsible, then there is that should factor in. But it shouldn't be your kid does some shit and automatically you're in trouble because there was guns in the house.
Yeah, well, Nora, on that particular case, I don't know the full details, but I certainly trust local law enforcement and local authorities to make those decisions. I think
good call. I don't know, but they got it.
In some cases, the answer is going to be yes, and in some cases, the answer is going to be no. And the details really matter here, of course. For example, if a kid steals a gun, that's going to be different than if a parent hands over a gun knowing that their kid is potentially dangerous. But look, I want to just sort of speak as a father of 3 beautiful little kids, and our oldest is now in 2nd grade.
Were they asleep? If you guys are watching, you better go to sleep.
And like a lot of parents, we send our kids to school with such hope and such joy and such pride at their little faces on the first day of school. And we know, unfortunately, that a lot of kids are going to experience this terrible epidemic of gun violence. And of course, our hearts go out to the families that are affected by this terrible stuff. And we do have to do better. And I think that Governor Walz and I actually probably agree that we need to do better on this. The question is just, how do we actually do it? Now, here's something that really bothers me and worries me about this epidemic of violence. The gross majority, close to 90% in some of the statistics I've seen, of the gun violence in this country is committed with illegally obtained firearms. And while we're on that topic, we know that thanks to Kamala Harris's open border, we've seen a massive influx in the number of illegal guns run by the Mexican drug cartel. So that number, the amount of illegal guns in our country is higher today than it was 3.5 years ago. But what do we do about the schools? What do we do to protect our kids? And I think the answer is,
how do we reach these kids? I don't know. What there's got to be I mean, it's 2024, guys, right? There's got to be some kind of like tool or device that can like and stick with me because I'm freeballing here, but like if somebody is trying to like do something bad and they have more force than you, maybe if we had guns.
And I say this not loving the answer, because I don't want my kids to go to school in a school that feels unsafe or where there are visible signs of security.
Why? Visible signs of security are visible signs of security. At what point of that is bad? We didn't have metal detectors, but in my middle school, we had cops. And let me tell you, we fucking needed them. Especially when I was in middle school, when kids were fucking reckless. And the much poorer town next to mine did not have a middle school. So all of the kids that lived over there, in which was essentially the Mexican hood, which, like, there was black hoods, but it was a nicer area. But the Mexican areas were not the same. And so we went to middle school with these same people that were gangbangers and whatever. Well, you know, I'm just fucking doctor's son. I'm 5'4". I'm not into this shit. We had, I remember specifically after one of the girls basketball was enough to trigger a fight. These chicks from that town came over with baseball bats and broke one of the cops' elbows. But luckily, he was there and prevented anything crazy from happening. How am I supposed to take this? Oh, that is not what I wanted to do. Jesus Christ on a motorbike. That. What does that mean? Well, I'm an atheist, so you're barking up the wrong tree, but welcome to the party, I guess. Anyway, moving on.
And in a school that feels unsafe or where there are visible signs of security. But I unfortunately think that we have to increase security in our school.
Wait, you thought I was a Jew? This Jew believes in Jesus. I am neither a Jew, nor do I believe in Jesus. Nice try.
We have to make the doors lock better. We have
Let's
to make
keep
the
this
doors
up here. Why
stronger.
not?
We've got to make the windows stronger. And of course, we've got to increase school resource officers, because the idea that we can magically wave a wand and take guns out of the hands of bad guys, it just doesn't fit with recent experience. So we've got to make our schools safer. And I think we've got to have some common sense bipartisan solutions for how to do that.
Any film says, I know us boomers. See, now you know. At least you're owning it. That makes you not a boomer. Get it? Do you get it? I know us boomers say this, but when I was in high school, we had no security, and the farm boys had guns and gun racks in their trucks in the parking lot. I think that would have definitely, would have been the case if we had a different culture. But you know, Central Jersey, if you had a gun, you weren't allowed to have it, and there was people with guns, so no bueno.
Make our schools safer.
Oh,
and I think we've got to have some common sense bipartisan solutions for how to do that.
No.
Governor, you have 2 minutes.
Wait, all Indians are. What is this word? What is this word? I don't care. I'm not obsessed with the fucking gay ass fucking. I was almost gonna say it. These sand motherfuckers. Indian and Chinese Jews are well known for their atheism. Oh, well, okay. Well, Celtic heathen, you are teaching me stuff. You're fucking weird and wrong, but I'm learning anyway.
And I think we've got to have some common sense bipartisan solutions for how to do that.
Governor, you have 2 minutes.
Well, I think all the parents watching tonight, this is your biggest nightmare. Look, I got a 17-year-old, and
so just more fear mongering after he just told you about young children that he wants to have a positive experience. This is fear mongering. This is fear mongering. Nah, Celtic, you either tell me what it is. I like you. I don't care enough about what you have to say. Like, you can. I'll still answer you because I appreciate the talk. So if you want to say it, then you can say it. See, Jews in India. There you go. Very simple. Very, very simple. Never been to India. I'm American as fuck. Been born here, and my parents are West Indian. This is why I should have been the goddamn West Indian Jesus. Hey, we got soft and num-nums in the building. BLM is known for their racism. Yeah, you can say that again. You can say that again.
Partisan solutions for how.
Okay, well, if Jews migrated to India, then wouldn't that make them Arab and not Indian?
Do that.
Governor, you have 2 minutes.
well, I think all the parents watching tonight, this is your biggest nightmare. Look, I got a 17-year-old, and he witnessed a shooting at a community center playing volleyball. Those things don't leave you as a member of Congress.
This is fascinating. This is fascinating. Some of these people are insane.
I sat in my office surrounded by dozens of the Sandy Hook parents, and they were looking at my 7-year-old picture on the wall. Their 7-year-old were dead, and they were asking us to do something. And look, I'm a hunter.
Can we do a show about the Black Hebrew Israelites? What is I mean, potentially, but I don't know what it would be that you like. I'm just gonna be like, yeah, you're fucking crazy and wrong, just like Christians and Jews and anybody else. So, I mean, we could, but I don't know how entertaining that would be.
I own firearms. The vice president is. We understand that the Second Amendment is there, but our first responsibility is to our kids to figure this out. In Minnesota, we've enacted enhanced red
I want to see how long they'll go, which is us not even
flag laws,
addressing.
enhanced background checks. And we can start to get data. But here's the problem. If we really want to solve this, we've got folks that won't allow research to be even done on gun violence. And this idea that we should just live with it, here's what I
fucking pardon?
do think that this is a good start to the conversation. I 100% believe that Senator Vance hates it when these kids,
Well, of course, mutilating your genitals is not nothing that has to be protected against. You bigot.
it's abhorrent and it breaks your heart. I've
never been to Israel.
But that's not far enough. When we know
I actually would love to go to Israel. I heard it's actually beautiful there. I would love to go to Israel, but alas, I have not been.
I 100% believe that Senator Vance hates it when these kids, it's abhorrent and it breaks your heart.
How do you know I'm not already in Israel?
I agree with that. But that's not far enough when we know there are things that work. I've spent time in Finland and seen some Finnish schools. They don't have this happen, even though they have a high gun ownership rate in the country. There are reasonable.
Do they have a high rate of crime? Because it's almost like the guns don't do the crimes. It's almost like the people use the guns to do the crimes. So the existence of the guns themselves is a non-issue. So I've done them said I really want to be friends with Walz. Why? But the whole hey, relax. We'll get there. Actually, I gotta fucking. Why am I fucking still going? All right. We might not get there because we are reaching 4 hours, and I'm on one tempo is keeping us. Has been keeping us rolling. So, but the whole PUA requirements didn't work for me. I feel me neither. Don't even worry about it. Going to any film, I don't want people who want to help worry about jail time as much as the greedy pharma companies. Both sides are wrong to do it, but we should fix the problem from the top. Agreed.
Things that we can do to make a difference. It's not infringing on your Second Amendment. And
yes, the fuck it is. Like, what do you mean? What do you mean? Shall not be infringed. It literally is. How do they get away with this?
Can do to make a difference. It's not infringing on your Second Amendment. And the idea to have some of these weapons out there, it just doesn't make any sense. Kamala Harris, as an attorney general, worked on this issue. She knows that it's there. No one's trying to scaremonger and say, we're taking your guns. But I ask all of you out there, do you want your schools hardened to look like a fort? Is that what we have to go when we know?
Why do you care more about what the school looks like than the lives of the children? Is that what I'm hearing? Did you really just say that? You just said children are dying. But we don't want it to look bad. He didn't just say that, right? Like I made that up.
Trying to scaremonger and say we're taking your guns, but I ask all of you out there, do you want your schools hardened to look like a fort?
I don't care. I want children to stop dying. What do you care about?
Is that what we have to go when we know?
Apparently.
There's countries around the world that their children aren't practicing these types of drills. They're being kids. We owe it to them to get a fix. These are things.
And a fix would be like, somebody with a fucking gun who could stop somebody else with a fucking gun. I'm with soft num-nums. I want my fucking country hardened to look like a goddamn fort. Hell yeah. One of us said there's a lot of public schools that look like prisons. Better they look like forts instead.
Bingo.
What are we talking about? The argument is literally, you want to save lives, but it's not going to look pretty. What if, hear me out. What if, Tim, I'm trying to find a middle ground with you here. What if we pick a fat lesbian who has blue hair? I'm just saying. I think that could be a bipartisan thing. Banks have armed arms. We protect fake money now more than we protect our own children. Sit on that. Sit on that for a second. We protect fake money more than our children. And this fucking asshole wants to morally grandstand as if you're the one who is doing anything wrong. Shout out to Joe Mama. Welcome to the party. All right, I was going to say something, but okay. Joe Mama said, so the Indian Jesus came to his disciples and said, smoke this, all of this, for this is the blood of my body. Nah, that's all for me, baby. I ain't sharing with you motherfuckers. Destiny needs to gain a little weight, but good idea. I'll let him know. What? Huh?
Things that shouldn't be that difficult.
I don't know what you're saying.
Being kids.
The drills. Yeah. Well, it's going to look bad. They'll live, but it's going to look bad.
To get a fix. These are things that shouldn't be that difficult. You can still keep your firearms and we can make a difference.
Oh. Good one. Good call. See, again. So that's how quickly the things that you reference. I say a thing and then I'm right back into it. Yeah, you got to reference the reference. Oh my God. I'm too dumb for this. All right, moving on.
Things that shouldn't be that difficult. You can still keep your firearms and we can make a difference. We have to. If you're listening tonight, this breaks your heart.
Senator.
Tim, first of all, I didn't know that your 17-year-old witnessed a shooting. I'm sorry about that. And I hope that you're doing okay.
So what had happened was not that. So he was there, but he did not witness anything. So I think being there is enough of a story, and that is horrible. Just like being in the military in any form is honorable. But, Tim Walz, just got to knock it up. Just a little bit.
Make a difference. We have to. If you're listening tonight, this breaks your heart.
Senator.
Tim, first of all, I didn't know that your 17-year-old witnessed a shooting. I'm sorry about that, and I hope that you're doing okay. Christ have mercy. It is awful.
And again, do you think that J.D. Vance would have a different opinion if Tim had said, well, there was a shooting in my son's school? That's still horrifying. That's still hard. Why do you have to lie? Just fucking say the thing, dude.
And I appreciate what Tim said actually about Finland, because I do think it illustrates some of the frankly weird differences between our own country's gun violence problem and Finland. Is okay. First of all, we have way higher rates of mental health abuse or mental health substance abuse. We have way higher rates of depression.
Celtic Heathen, you left me already?
And way higher rates of anxiety. We unfortunately have a mental health crisis in this country that I really do think that we need to get to the root causes of, because I don't think it's the whole reason why we have such a bad gun violence problem, but I do think it's a big piece of it. Another driver of the gun violence epidemic, especially that affecting our kids, it doesn't earn as many headlines, but is the terrible gun violence problem in a lot of our big cities. And this is why we have to empower law enforcement to arrest the bad guys, put them away, and take gun offenders off the street. I think there's a whole host of things that we can do here, but I do think at our schools we've got to talk about more security.
Senator.
Ineffable. So a 17-year-old didn't witness the shooting, but was at a shooting at a school whose security was run by his dad. Well, it's a good thing the school didn't look scary, because I mean, it's a good thing they didn't stop the shooter and look scary in the process, because that would have been way worse. It was a good one. Something said that's that Diddy tape. That's Diddy tape. I was there, but I didn't witness the atrocities. Pretty much.
Most of things that we can do here, but I do think at our schools we've got to talk about more security.
Coming Senator, up to the 4-hour mark. The 4-hour mark, and I did promise you guys an after party. I know some of you guys are going to be, concerned about some details, so I definitely want to give you that. But coming up, we got 6 minutes. If you want to keep it raging, we have not hit the famous line yet.
Things that we can do here, but I do think at our schools we've got to talk about more security.
Senator, thank you. Governor, you previously opposed an assault weapons ban, but only later in your political career did you change your position. Why?
Yeah, I sat in that office with those Sandy Hook parents. I've become friends with school shooters. I've seen it. Look, the NRA, I was in.
Did I not say this? Motherfucker, what did you just say?
Office with those Sandy Hook parents. I've become friends with school shooters.
What?
Change your position. Why?
Yeah, I sat in that office with those Sandy Hook parents. I've become friends with school shooters. I've seen it. Look, the NRA, I was sat in that office with those Sandy Hook parents. I've become
your political career.
School shooters. I've seen
Change your position. Why?
Yeah, I sat in that office with those Sandy Hook parents. I've become friends with school shooters. I've seen it. Look, the NRA, I was an NRA guy for a long time. The parents. I've become friends with school shooters. I've seen it. Look, the NRA, I was an NRA guy for a long time. Sandy Hook parents. I've become friends with school shooters. I've seen it. Look, the NRA, I was an NRA guy.
So if we're talking about weird, is being friends with school shooters weird or no? No. If I want to be as charitable as possible, yeah, one more time for the people in the back.
Guy for a long time. Parents. I've become friends with school shooters.
Yeah, exactly. That's an insanely bad gap, assuming it's a gap rather than a Freudian slip. The darkest of Freudian slips. If we are to be fair and charitable, then I would assume that what he means is that there have been people who are in behind bars because of what they have done, and he has gone to talk to them because it is so close, an issue so close to him that he wants to understand. That's not what you said, and I'm sorry, but the Democratic Party has run out of goodwill from me. So and he's been asked to clarify it. He's been asked to clarify it. Tim Walz.
Interesting.
Okay, obviously we can't play that, but that's fucking funny. Reporter. That's not how you spell that. Because somebody asked him about it afterwards. Here we go.
I think your strongest moment was tonight.
Oh, just I think it was a good debate. We got to see a contrast, and I think the ending sums it up. The democracy issues important.
Governor, you said you become friends with school shooters during the debate. Can you clarify what you meant on that?
So, I mean, he heard them. He just gave them a very clear answer to the last one.
Governor, you said you become friends with school shooters during the debate. Can you clarify what you meant on that?
Can you clarify what you meant when you said you'd be friends with school shooters?
I think your strongest moment was tonight.
Oof. 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 And what does the thing here say? New. Tim Walz dodges question about his controversial school shooter comment after the debate. This morning, Tim Walz and his wife were approached by reporters while grabbing breakfast. Reporters asked Walz to clarify his statement from the debate where he mentioned being, quote, friends with school shooters. Walz refused to respond to the question and quickly move on, which is probably smart, but you know. Hey, ChatGPT. Oh, yo. Hold on. Can you wait? Are we here? Yeah, okay. Is Tim Walz with school pewers? Wow. There is no credible source. Oh, I mean, argument over, right? Argument over. Tim Walz said he's friends with school shooters. And ChatGPT says no, there is no evidence or a credible source suggesting that Tim Walz is friends with school. So there's only, you realize the only conclusion to be made from that, right? Is that according to ChatGPT, Tim Walz, oh yeah, right? Okay. Oh, perfect. According to Tim Walz, he is not a credible source. Didn't he say as much in the debate with JD Vance? Yeah. Oh, I love talking about scolding. So okay, we're done with the internet, but we can still scold. So during the vice president made a comment that he, quote, become friends with school shooters. Walz later clarified his statement was a verbal misstep. He meant to say that he had built relationships with survivors, families of victims, and communities affected by schools like Sandy Hook. Okay, so let's not. No. I'm not even going to tell us wrong. So according to you, since no credible sources have reported this, does that mean that Tim Walz is not a reliable source? Oh, that's not what I asked you. It does not inherently make. But you were the one who said no credible source mentioned it when he directly stated it. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. I think he did. I think he did clarify somewhere or wherever. But and exactly that's why. I apologize for the confusion when I mentioned that no credible sources reported the statement without context. I was referring to the lack of support for the idea that he was literally friends with school shooters. Okay, so he is a reliable source. And that is the end for Instagram. 4 hours. 4 hours. And now Celtic Heathen can take their spot. Oh, I got a message from who? From my brother-in-law. Okay, what are we doing here? One fellow said he said that before he had met with the family. He said that he said before that he had met with families and such. And I mean, like, sure, that makes sense. But you said I made friends with school shooters. So is he Tim Walz can be considered? So if he made a statement. When I asked you about that statement, why did you say no credible? Say there were no credible sources. That implies that the man's words out of his own mouth were not credible. When I initially searched, I misunderstood your query and was focusing on verifying whether any sources suggested. Like, is the person is the primary source not? Sorry, is the primary source Jesus Christ not a? I was focusing on verifying whether any source has suggested. All right, so let's say does the primary source not count as I'm having a little too much fun with this. So no, I'm saying honestly, Tim seems like a guy who hides his anger and really does take it on people behind the scenes. I absolutely feel that. I absolutely feel that. Thumbtack said Tim got mixed up. He meant to say friends with Trump shooters. Oh my god. Oh my god. All right, we're gonna have to close this down. I think Morty's got to go. Mort, look, you go potty right on the thing. I bought the pads. Go potty on the pad. That's not what I was saying, but okay. I was saying go potty on the pad. I bought pads. We gotta finish this up though. Okay. So yes, a primary source such as Walz, in his own words, is considered credible, especially when the directing asset and when confusion arose from. Okay, it's just taking the fucking cop out. All right, so let's finish this up. And then I gotta take Morty out, and then we will. Yo, bro, I would cover that so hard. All right, so
change your position. Why?
Yeah, I sat in that office with those Sandy Hook parents. I've become friends with school shooters. I've seen it. Look, the NRA. I was an NRA guy for a long time. They used to teach gun safety.
Good on JD Vance for not blowing that, because he knew, obviously, like when it's that clear. That's why we all know about it. He didn't need to bring any attention to it.
My shotgun was in my car so I could pheasant hunt after football practice. That's not where we live today. What? And several things I want to mention on this is talking about cities and where it's at. The number one where the most firearm deaths happen in Minnesota are rural suicides. And we have an epidemic of children getting guns and shooting themselves.
Oh, so it sounds like it's a very different issue than the gun issues in urban areas then, right? Because certainly, I must be incorrect if I were to say that the majority of gun deaths in urban areas are self-deletions, right?
Suicides. And we have
exactly
an epidemic of children getting guns and shooting themselves.
Maybe you should support the NRA then.
And so we have, and we should look at all of the issues, making sure folks have health care and all that. But I want to be very careful. This idea of stigmatizing mental health, just because you have a mental health issue doesn't mean you're violent. And I think what we end up doing is we start.
Agreed. But just because you're violent doesn't mean you're not mentally ill. You know how all toads are frogs and not all frogs are toads? It works the other way around too. Something said Vance looking at him. Vance is looking at him the same way Trump looked at Biden after. Look, we finally beat Medicare. Yeah, he beat it to death. Apparently, because right. I thought we were talking about children, but far be it for me to stay on topic instead of just say things that make me look better. Not good. You're not looking good, homie, but better.
Just because you have a mental health issue doesn't mean you're violent. And I think what we end up doing is we start looking for a scapegoat. Sometimes it just is the guns.
No. Name one. See, this is where, okay, name one time where a gun without a shooter killed somebody. One time.
We end up doing is we start looking for a scapegoat. Sometimes it just is the guns. It's just the guns. And there are things that you can do about it. But I do think that this is one, and I think this is a healthy conversation. I think there's a capacity to find solutions on this that work, protect Second Amendment, protect our children.
On top of it.
Gentlemen, thank you. Margaret.
Thank you, Nora. Let's turn now to the top contributor to inflation, the high cost.
All right. So we can continue breaking down the rest of this tomorrow if you guys would like to do that. We still don't have a set thing for actually, before we go, here's what we'll do. I am going to make a poll on what we would like to do for tomorrow. So for Friday's show, I'm gonna give you two options and other. So if other wins, then I'll find something. So would you prefer first of the VP debate? Philosophy deep dive. I don't care about spelling. Or other. But absolutely, you should join the after party. Become a member, guys. It's $2.99 a month. That is at the very least 12 after parties and depending on the month, 28 to 31 days of having full access to hang out with me and everybody else in the Discord server. And it's more than people that are in the chat. There's a lot of people who are very active in the Discord. For whatever reason, they don't really catch the show that much, whether they are busy or otherwise. There's a lot of cool people. And yeah, I really enjoy the way that we're continuing to build. And you know, as somebody comes in, we're still at this place where you can be welcomed into the community. It's not some kind of a thing where you're going to be on the outside and it's going to be uncomfortable and anything like that. Even if you don't know how to use Discord, it's super simple. It's not like any other social media site where you're going to have a feed and other things. It's just our little room. And guys, it is absolutely free. It's free. It should cost money. Put a 1 in the chat if you are in the Discord and you think I'm dumb for not charging money. Put a 1 in the chat. Oh, I want to see. So far, we have for our poll for Friday's show, that is tomorrow. Would you like the rest of the VP debate, a philosophy deep dive, or something else? And we only got 4 votes, so y'all can change it up. Hit it up. Hit it up. What you want to do? What you want to do? Welcome, right click. Welcome to the party. Said 3. I'm gonna guess that's other. I could definitely find. I have so much, bro. Like there's too much. Look at my fucking my watch later playlist. This is OD. So we have Kevin McCarthy on PBD. We have Tucker talking with some dude about I don't know who my talking with a senator about the debate. We have Vivek on PBD. We have John Doyle and Destiny. We have Don Jr. with Donald Trump. You know, I try to stay away from Jubilee since they've been copywriting like crazy, but we got that. We have a culture war where they talked about the difference between or was life better living under mafia rule. We have Owen Schreier of InfoWars also debating Destiny. We have Bill O'Reilly on PBD. We have Vivek on, like, all of this stuff is ready to go. But there's some other stuff that if you are looking right now that you can see what potential one of the options are. So we are tied right now, guys. We are tied. Right click. So I just didn't want one for dumb. Fair enough. We are tied. We have 40, 40, and 20. Please, guys, hit the poll. I don't want to have to. I don't want to have to figure shit out unless you really want me to figure shit out. In which case, I will absolutely figure this shit out. But if you could choose, that makes my life so much easier. Nobody, really, guys? You only vote to me. You're gonna leave me on a split. Somebody who is not for other. Either click VP or philosophy. Please. The show's over. Guys. Just hit the fucking thing. Deep dive. There we go. And the poll is ended. The deep dive we will do. I don't get it, guys. I don't get it. Whatever. Thank you so very, very much. Morty, come on over here, buddy. Look at this guy. Look how fucking sweet he is. He is alive. But this is the beginning of the end. There is no time where I'm going to be able to go back to where he's not, on medication every day that's saving his life. And it's tough. So that's why I wanted to do an after party, for those of you who care about that stuff, be a little bit down, but I'll make everything fun, right? So thank you so very, very much for hanging out. Until next time, of course, shout out to the Pup Bears. And yeah, man, it's just, I was talking to my neighbor and it's like I'm not going to let him get bad. Like I have a strong feeling, and I have for about a year and a half, that he's going to jump off the bed and break his leg. I brought the stairs. I put the stairs on the side of the bed, and I trained him. He knows what stairs means. So if he's ready, he'll hear something and he'll go and he'll get up and he'll go to run off the bed. He'll be like, use the stairs. and he knows what I mean. But it's just for 15 years, he's just like, oh, what's that? And so yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Obviously, I don't know what's gonna happen, but you can be assured that I am definitely not going to spend time keeping him alive just for my own benefit. I want him to find a peaceful rest. Yeah. So come through to the Discord, guys. I really love hanging out with you guys. And before we go, let's give a big shout out to all of our donations. We had the Funk Master. We had Funk Master again. Texas Beyond Wrong. Indie Film. We had Guam Tech with the Venmo. We had Carl and Minmos with their membership messages. Shout out to the White Power Ranger. Always my favorite. Whether he was green or white, he was the coolest dude, right? Like, everybody wanted to be a Tommy. And of course, the sponsor of the stream, Unwanted Foe. Let's give him one more. Thank you so very much, guys. I really hope I get to talk to you guys some more. Head on over to the after party to do that once again. He is alive. This is Morty, and I have been your host, Lutch, aka the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Until next time, guys, I am out of here. Peace.